Black African power. What's good? What's happening? A well organized lie. Defeats a disorganized truth every time. Woo-hoo-wee. Man, y'all already know what it is, man. It's God counting the house. And I come to do what I got to do, and I'm going to do what I got to do. I'm standing tall. I'm standing strong. Hey, man, y'all know what it is, man. Bobby banging this bitch. What's good, family? Man, people come up in here, man. Let me get these banners straight. I don't know why I keep losing my banner, man. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is, man. It is what it is, man. Look, make sure y'all support, like, and share the show. Make sure y'all also support my other platforms. You can catch me on the Community of Skeptics, man. Right there, man, for the healthy conversation. I'm always let you get it off a little bit. Yeah, a lot of times, yo, we got bad communication skills, man. I had to do some brushing up. And, we always tweak it to make sure our game is the A. We up here on Mount Olympus, and the air is very thin. People get up here and choke. So they don't need nobody cutting them off. But we don't need nobody over talking either. Talking too long. So it's bad communication skills if you cut the person off. I understand at times I've been the impetus of it. But it's also bad communication if you can't construct your ideas in a fashion that's in the manner of a high level conversation and not take a minute every clip. That's bad communication. Repeating what you just said over and over again is bad communication. So for me to see that y'all can fix it, I gotta make sure I fix it. But that don't mean I'm gonna let you talk me to death. Don't talk me to death. Because that's wild communication. Don't give me a whole college lecture, because that's wild. But I appreciate the family, man. 8 to 80, blind, crippled, or crazy. Anybody can get it. Africans can get it. Mexicans can get it. Europeans can get it. Black people can get it. Anybody can get it. So don't get up here with the mumble jumble, mumble, 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 bumble. Bip, 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 bibbert. Don't do it. Get up here with some coherency so that even if a person is not accepting what you're saying, they at least understand what the hell you're saying. We at least want that to occur. These conversations, man, are very, very vital in what we're doing. African Americans or foundational Black African Americans or the FBA, whatever the hell you want to say, or any, if you think you're Indian, man, whatever it is, we're going to have to communicate to get our thoughts across, man. It's the only way we're going to have to do it. See, that put me at a disadvantage when y'all cussing and fussing and acting crazy. Try to tell people, just stay out the chat, man. I stay out the chat. Now, when I'm up here by myself, I might peep in that joint a little bit, yo, but I'm never letting it get to me because, that's all a person can actually do. They get in that chat and they talk that talk. We all got a right to express ourselves, yo. But see, I'm not just trying to express myself. I'm trying to express ideas accurately. All right? Hopefully you can pass it on to the next generation. I'm not trying to be like the Egyptians. The Egyptians felt like older was better. Now you got to catch this lesson right here I'm about to give you. The Egyptians felt like older was better. And in feeling like older was better, it got in the way of their scientific inquiry. It got in the way of the even starting to approach scientific inquiry. There was only but so far. without even knowing it, they had more ways of doing things, more ideas that was anti-scientific than was pro-scientific. But don't feel bad because they wasn't by themselves. That's just where humanity was. And that's not to say that there wasn't people who did not have groundbreaking ideas in their head or tried to push groundbreaking ideas. It's not to say that. Nope, that's not what we even saying. What we're saying is that it stopped for the wholesale institutionalizing of information. And that's all I'm really trying to get y'all to see, that there were barriers that the Egyptians by themselves could not break. They would have to pass culture and information on where another group of people could put some fresh eyes on it and move it forward. They was unable to do it solely by themselves. And this is what blackology does to you. Blackology does not allow you to see a world where somebody else that don't look like you, talk like you, and walk like you could do something else that was important that you could then go back and use. Blackology does not allow that. The blackologist cannot see a world like that. The racist white supremacists can only see a world where white people is the authors of everything. And they misconstrued ideas that took the world to get and make them their own because they had the technology to do it. The intercontinental ships, the printing presses. They had the things that would make you think they were the starters of said subject matter. But it was all a lie and it was very fraudulent. And we knew it was very fraudulent because when it came time to actually use it, they was unable to use it. What am I talking about? Scientific racism. How is it that a group of human beings is going through the scientific revolution, but yet can't use science? They use their eyes, right, which produces a bias and make you think if a person don't look like you, they're not better than you. They can't think like you and are not as intelligent as you. Your eyes is lying to you. They smell different. Your nose is lying to you. I said, get out of here with that on. The way they talk is different. Oh, you sound like they mumble. I don't know what language they talking about. Your five senses failed them, and they produce pseudoscience on the subject matter. Man, y'all gotta hear what I'm trying to tell y'all, man. I'm saying that during the scientific revolution, Europeans who claim to have this and that only produce pseudo-scientific work. That's what I'm saying. They didn't know how to apply it. So even after humanity got the damn science, they didn't know how to apply it. It's called applied science. So don't get up here talking about we had applied science at 350,000 BCE. You got to have science to apply it. Very simple, man. Not a piece of it, not an aspect of it. Y'all looking for way too much for no reason at all. But I'm happy and I'm ecstatic that the community is talking about science. All jokes aside, man. It's a beautiful damn day where we talk about science. Now I'm gonna hold you to it. You know, I gotta hold you to it now. I gotta hold you to it. I just got to. Yeah, I gotta hold you to it. Yeah, I can't let you just, you know what I mean, just ramble about science. Nope. Let me take a look in the chat, man. We got a lot of people up in here, man. I appreciate y'all watching. 64,000, man. We got King Hercules. He's an educator. But his blackology does not allow him to see. He can't go. You say, where the hell are we trying to go? We're going to the level. The level requires you to have tools that will slow your bias down. I am biased towards Black people. I am biased towards people who look like me. Been that way my whole life. Most of us are. And that's okay. But that bias will stop you from going through the door. What's the door? What I mean by the level. First of all, the level will allow you to take care of your family properly. The level will allow you to experience the world for what it's worth. The level will allow you to make distinctions between religious ideas, pseudoscientific ideas, and sound ideas. If you follow pseudoscientific ideas, you'll be in the corner broke, saying, what the hell is going on? You would have spent 10, 20, 15 years of your life following a bunch of pseudos, and they the only ones profiting off of their pseudoisms. You'll be selling incense in the park or going to a lecture where only 30 people show up, 10 people show up, where there's more vendors than people. Now, there's a level of pseudoscientific ideas. They have isolated themselves where tickets to events are $100, $150. And you're all in there running around. The fake herbs, the fake medicines, bottles full of stuff, no labeling on it, just the person's face or the person's name. And you think you got something. And it be them same people. See, science will make you walk in contradiction. And it'll be them same people that say, I ain't messing with this medicine. We don't know what's in this medicine. Oh, damn, do you know what's in that bottle that that person just sold you? There's no conscious community, let's check the bottle. There's no conscious community scientists that will show up and say, give me 10 of those bottles right there. What's the case number? We'll test and see what's in it, and we'll get right back to you. There's no regulations. Let me get this straight. This is what's crazy to me. That's why I'm glad we're into this scientific conversation. Do you realize that most of y'all will buy anything from people in a bottle and don't know what the hell in it? Only based off of trust? I trust it. He has the bleed black blicker in the bottle. And this is going to cure this and this. This is agnodacia root, whatever the hell. And it's going to cure this. You don't even know if that's in there. How much of that is in the bottle? You don't even know because it's not in the damn bottle. And now they get sophisticated with labeling. And then when you read the label, it says only for not commercial use, but only for, what's the word I'm looking for? Only for entertainment use only. And then you'll do a show on the FDA. It's this, the FDA. Don't trust them. Don't trust the science community. Don't trust the big pharma. You say, don't trust none of that. Don't trust them. But yet you ride to the food market and take your family shopping while you on YouTube saying something different. And even the people that claim to be most natural and getting the vegetables, they go to the food market and get it. I'm going to go to the Whole Foods market. Yeah, I know you is. Signed off by the FDA. And you put it in your refrigerator and you let your kids go get it. And you drink the bottled water the whole time talking reckless. Science will make you a walking contradiction because it makes no sense. Now, if you was just outside living in the tree line in Atlanta, it's a tree line, in the woods, waiting for it to rain, scooping the water out the river, I ain't talking to you. But I'm talking to all of you that like to drive cars, like to put on the brakes at 85 miles an hour. Why on 285? And you're trusting the white man. You had your baby in a hospital. And you hold them up to the sky. And you put them in a car seat. You drive home. FDA approved. I'm talking y'all. Science will make you a walking contradiction. We got a debate coming. What tools do you have? What tools do you have to understand this damn debate? April 4th, 2026. Chief X versus God energy. What tools do you have to critique it? I'll be looking at it through the lens of academia, something y'all all hate. I'm not going to say all y'all. I'm saying there's going to be a large portion of you think the academic standards is white people standards, which is ridiculous to me. What tools do you have to give a great critique about this? I'm going to be there. I need my damn link now. I'm not saying a whole lot about it because I give up too much information if I do. But what I will tell you is this for both combatants. Follow the money. The money will tell you who, what, when, where, and why. That's my clue. With 2 days left to the debate. What trade route was in play to get people from one place to another? That's another clue. Because if you ain't got trade routes yet, how the hell you go get the people to bring them to where you at? Let me shut up. Anyway, man, look, man, get on this. Get on it. Then I believe this to be my favorite right here. April 12th, Sekou Keller, Easy Bands is the Bible, the word of God, man. African versus African. These are both continental Africans. I think it's important for continental Africans to critique continental Africans. They have the same shared experiences. They can understand. I heard Easy Band say one time that spiritual system was so evil, it was putting spells on them. They put spells on people. They got to stop their evil ways, religious ways, craziness, crazy work, as if a prayer wasn't a spell. You just put a different name on you say prayer, but it's still a spell. It's something, it's magic. But when continental Africans do it, it's evil, black magic. I'm going to be here too with critique. This ain't Sekou first rodeo. This is Easy Band's first rodeo. And I'm telling you, when you get inside that ring, inside that square, them 12 inches of screen or 19 inches of screen locked in there, the pressure immediately stops. You can feel it in the atmosphere. When you look in there and you see them 70, 80, 90, 200 people, 300 people, you know you're not just talking to anybody. You talk to the people. And you're trying to figure out who the hell making sense. You're trying to figure out who gonna win. Take your pen and pad to the damn debate, y'all. I'm tired of these wild half critiques, right? See who combated what, see what you agree with, and do it that way. What's good, sa.neter? What it do, brother?
Nah, I'm letting you do your thing. Don't call me, man. I'm in the back.
Oh, you in the back. Hey, I want to show you something real quick. Look up there to the top, right? To the you see sa.neter House of Consciousness, right?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, up to in the I'm saying in our studio. You see the house sa.neter TV House Consciousness. You see that? And below is the logo. You see all that, right?
Yeah.
All right. I'm saying if you hit the drop down menu, right? All right, I put a thing on there, sa.neter Studio God Killer. So I'm gonna put all my stuff in there that I need. That way I ain't gotta mix it up with nothing you got.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, do you do?
That's how we do it. No, that's how we do that. Gotta take advantage of the functions, yo. Because we literate in computers. This makes sense. You feel me?
That's the flyer you should show. That one there. That's
which
the
one. Okay, all right, guys.
Let them know if they don't get the tickets by Monday, they go up an extra $5. So they got to get the you know, the price now is only $20. Now, but on Monday, it goes up to 25. The same way with the Chief X joint.
Mm.
And you know, I got this coming up, Captain. I don't know if you know the pastor.
Oh.
You know Pastor Manning?
Yeah. You gonna put him inside the square? You gonna put him in the square? Or you just doing it?
No. They gonna have a debate, brother.
Okay.
But on this one is gonna be live though. I'm opening back up the live joints.
Oh, okay. Yeah, open that portal up. That's right.
Live.
That's right. You on your thing now.
Yeah, because we all from Harlem in New York, so this is gonna be live. And then I got this coming up Sunday after the debate.
Okay, what you got?
One of Dr. York's sons, man, will be going in. This ain't got nothing to do with Dr. York. It's his son. So understand the information, whether y'all agree with it or not. This right here opens up the floor for y'all to now question the doctrine. You know what I'm saying? Oh,
I know exactly what you're saying.
I
don't believe that's his son though. I don't believe that's his son though, but
I know. Well, he told me it is, so I'm just going by what he told me. I'm not going
to platform. You just platform.
Just the platform. He told me he's the son, so that's what I'm going by. I don't know if he is or not, and I really don't care. I'm just here to get the information. That's it.
We turn him up later.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to tear the brother up. I'm just going up because I want the brother to come through. Because you know a lot of Nuwapians are scared to come through. So I want the brother to come through and get it in. And then you know Chuck Morgan is out there.
That's what I'm saying.
So Chuck is out there going crazy right now. And then my man, Ashe, he's going to be bringing in Issa Queen. So don't forget that. Issa Queen. You know, and she's going to be dealing with.
Did she know? Yeah, that's it. Oh, yeah. I thought she did that before. That's fire. That's a fire lecture she do right there.
Yeah. So he's coming in soon. I guess you got to ask Ashe what day is that.
That's fire.
So that's coming up. That's going to be fire.
Now
they got a lot of powerful interviews coming up. I'm waiting on Unc the God Killer to bring somebody powerful through. Bring one of your white boys through, Unc, or your white girls. Either one.
Crazy. No, y'all got it. Ain't too quiet. Y'all can't hear it. If a white person said y'all can't hear it, or you put too much on it. No, you figure I got you.
All right. I'm out
got
here.
You. But go back to that. Let me see. This one right here, I'm gonna let y'all know right off the rip. Hold on, right here. I heard this, right? This is a good one. Feminism, right? We actually did the sisters on our channel maybe a year ago. We did a whole thing on feminism, and you know, a lot of men was acting crazy and wild, right? And so this is important for the sisters.
Oh, hold on. Ashe is in the chat. He said this happened already. Okay. So
on the channel, right?
I think on the channel you're rocking.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. But go. That's a good one. Go look at that.
So he got a debate coming up with her. He said. That's good.
No, you're going to get beat up.
No, I don't think he's debating her.
Oh.
He said she's got a debate coming up. She's on the bomb squad. So
I know, but listen, why would a man want to debate a woman on feminism, yo? You wouldn't do that?
No, it don't matter. Let him go.
Yeah, I'm letting him go. Anyway, I would like to say that
King J. King J and her got a debate. So King J debated her.
What?
King J is debating her.
I gotta talk to King J. King J is
don't mess up the debate. Let him do it. Bro.
Yeah, I gotta fix the flyer up for Sour Side. You want to fix the flyer up for me? That'd be even better. But King J and Issa Queen are going to have a debate. I believe it's going to be around April 16th or April 17th.
Oh, wow.
And King J stance is that feminism was created by white women, in that black women have womanism. So it's basically like womanism versus feminism.
Yeah, that sounds good, huh? Don't mess that up.
Man, these black women ain't got to accept no damn womanism, yo. That's crazy.
And that's exactly what the sister said. She said that white women don't own the term feminism.
Correct.
Right. See? So King J might be out of his league right now.
You know, it might be tough.
You swinging wild. You swinging
wild. Joe,
anyway.
You don't want this to be on the paid debate, bro?
I mean, that's why I brought it to you, side. That's why I ain't made the flyer yet.
Oh, okay. There you go. We got it then. All right.
No doubt.
So yeah, we're gonna get it in.
For sure.
This will be King J's second joint coming up.
Let me say this, man. Few sisters on the P-Gay appreciated the demonstration the sister did. It's in line with our policies and procedures. All right. And I'm telling you, man, nobody's going to understand what the hell a lady is saying. It's counterintuitive. It's super accurate to the point what feminism is. It don't got nothing to do with what you think it do. So what I'm asking the crowd to do is look up the damn word. Don't got nothing to do with white women and white people and all that, and all to do with the woman. So I suggest y'all take a look at that. But I'm letting you know that I am in alignment with that. Not every single point, you know what I mean? Everything can be tightened up, but the general idea that she promoting, yo, that's super solid. I'm just gonna say that, yo. And that's coming from the women on our side of the house, just for the record, yo. Anyway, let me get to my lecture, man. Let me get y'all pseudos off, man. The elders pseudo.
Yo, you crazy. I'm calling me a pseudo too, man.
Hell yeah, get y'all out the way. All right, man, let's look. Okay, so we got the little promotion out of line. I would get my tickets at $20 or at $25. Yo, y'all look, and it's gonna be $25. So get that, man. We building the platforms back up so y'all can see us live. Right? Gotta build it up to get back live, because that's really what the House of Consciousness does. They do live debates. All right. And important. Okay, these live debates are important. Where y'all can go out and meet the people that you've been talking crazy about. You can see how they stand. You can see if they 5'2", yeah, I'm saying, or 6 foot. You can look them in their eyes. So where we at? Discovery of America and the history of science. Or African science. There's steps to get to where we trying to go, y'all. We have religious mindsets where people pop up out of nowhere. You can't help it. You believe it. So I kind of left off with pseudoscience and how Europeans was the authors of pseudoscience, and no one gives them credit for that, but that's the fact. And that they're in a position, right, where they starting to have science, okay, but they're not knowing how to apply it. Think about it. Why didn't they apply it to biology? Right? You're looking at a living organism. You choose pseudoscience over the science that you claim to have invented. So obviously you didn't invent it. But y'all in the chat thinking they invented it. They actually didn't. Human beings did that. Different parts of the world. Now diverse human ideas over time come together, crystallize in what we call science. One group of people couldn't have did it. Say again, that's how we know the Africans didn't have science, because it takes more than Africans to create science. They had scientific thinking. You have to think about things first. But they couldn't bring it to fruition because of their biases. All humans carry biases. I carry biases, right? The term blackologist, I invented the term blackologist because I'm a blackologist. Now, y'all can take it and cut it and do whatever you want, right? I think the world to be black, and nothing can occur without black people. We're the greatest of all time. But I know that's my bias. So I have to have tools that I can grab when reading literature and trying to understand concepts and ideas that don't come from the African language that I can't read. I have to be able to decipher what the hell is going on here, because all I can see is the black. So it's through my scientific literacy and my scientific lens that is neither European, neither African, neither Portuguese, neither Australian. It's none of that. It's a tool to understand natural phenomenon, right? Without the spooky and without the bias of thinking everything is this way or that way. That's all I've been trying to teach. But y'all throw tomatoes. So Europeans practice pseudoscience before they practice good science. Did you know in the 1700s, that the difference between a doctor, a medicine man, a person riding around on a horse and buggy selling elixirs, a quack, right? What was the difference between those three? Doctor, quack, medicine man, shaman. What was the difference in 1703? There wasn't a difference. But yet we saying they had science. They ain't know what to use it for. There's no theory of evolution yet. That comes in 1859 with the publishing of Charles work. There's no scientific theory on disease. We can look that up. And they don't know. They think it's an omen in the 1700s. In 1850, the world, the Christian world, the Muslim world, the Jewish world, and the indigenous world thought that humans popped up out of a mushroom patch, fell out the damn sky out of the hands of a god, somewhere in some dirt, uric, it real do, out of some ocean somewhere, or somewhere in the Garden of Eden, or Eve, or whatever, the Garden of Eden. That's what humans thought in 1859. But yet, they was developing scientific theories. You see how hard it is now? I am telling you that when they was developing scientific theories, they literally thought people popped up off the ground and they threw tomatoes at people that said different. Does this sound familiar to you? They threw tomatoes at Aristotle, Plato's aristocracies, for saying that Zeus did not create lightning. They killed them, they enslaved them, and they put them out. And they put them on trial. Plato, they put them on trial. And you think the Greeks had stockings. The papyrus, the Egyptian papyrus, which is at the start of the development of the scientific method. The scribe writes it. We show it all the time. We say, man. We say, man, huh? I've been teaching this for years. I show it right here. They got the highlight, the red, the shit in red is important, it's slit. It's a medical milestone. It's a medical milestone, yo. You say, yeah, they did it, Unc. They knew. Let's read it. They knew, Unc. They knew. Let's see. The Edwin Smith papyrus written in ancient Egyptian script, 1900, 1600 BCE, is the earliest known medical literature. Consisting of 48 case histories, it describes conditions, diagnosis, treatment, and in a rational, systematic way. They had it, Unc. I told you, man. I told you. So let's think a little bit now. They say the papyrus may be as early as 1900 BCE. But the one they got is actually from 1600 BCE. It's a medical milestone on Earth. Not in Egypt, but on Earth. Meaning nowhere in literature on Earth do you see this type of scientific thinking. So from 350,000 BCE, humans start writing during the Neolithic Revolution. The Neolithic package looks a little bit different in Africa, looks a little bit different in Asia, looks a little bit different in the Americas. They don't have to be damn cookie cutter. Stop thinking like white people. Where the white people way of reaching Neolithic, it needs to be the standard. That's not true. We're not doing none of that around here. We're accurate in our approach to understanding world history. So it's a medical milestone. So you mean to tell me it took them 350,000 years, yo, on Earth just to do some diagnosis without the spooky in it? Can y'all imagine how long it is? I didn't say 100 years. I didn't say 200 years. I didn't even say 1,000 years. I didn't even say 10,000 years. I didn't even say 50,000. I said 200, 350,000 years for humans to come to that. Now, I'm trying to get y'all, without all the wildness and Unc saying this, I'm trying to get y'all to, I'm wanting to communicate to you that that very thing that you're reading in that papyrus is actually counterintuitive, meaning it's not the normal. It's not what seems right. It's counter to your common sense. It's not what you think it should be. You don't just think it's that. It's counter to all the things you think is that. And that's why it took so long. 350,000 years to write that statement. Hell, they got writing for damn near 3,000 years at this point. They was writing since 3,300 BCE. So at 16, we talking damn near 2,500 years, 600 years. They writing, man. And nobody's recording on Earth. They're not recording that in Mesopotamia. They're not writing it down in Mesoamerica. They got writing in Mesoamerica. They're not saying that. They saying it's the gods, it's the evil omens, it's the spirits, it's the Punyua, it's the this, it's the that, it's everything but something rational. And y'all think being rational is easy. I will sit up here and have this conversation with y'all, and somebody in the chat, I ain't looking at it, will say something reckless, confusing, and think they think they did something, but will never come up here and transmit that idea coherently through a source that proves and verifies what they're saying. If you can't get up here and show me where rationale on curves is written down somewhere else, boy, I'll give you $100. Nah, I ain't gonna pay y'all tripping because y'all wouldn't pay me. My point is this. Can y'all just agree with me on this one point? I need y'all, man. Can y'all disagree? That's a damn long time to see that for the first time. Now, let's be sharp in our thinking. That doesn't mean that other people around the world wasn't thinking about it. Doesn't mean that. We don't speak in absolutes. Could have been some things that got disappeared. It could have been some things that the believers just threw away. Could have happened in other places, but they say, "No, you messed up. That's trash." See? So let's. How many people in the chat can agree with me? Well, for one, yo, that is a long time, yo. Can I get that? Can I get a one if you can agree? That's a long damn time, yo, to start writing down something rational about cures and diseases. Can I get some support on that? Because we cooking with hot grease right now. I'm trying to get y'all just to see something, yo. Just work with me. We just need to grab one or two ideas each one of my show. I see it. See the pseudo killer in there. I see you. E1B1. Okay. Garrett, big up. Pseudo killer on. I see you, man. Taz. Tell it. I see y'all. Okay. Bet. So we can, that's a long time. It almost seemed like we'd have been figured out before then. Like, why? What took them so long? What took them so long is we have genes that formulated our brain by way of evolution. And most of y'all might not even agree with evolution. We don't need to agree with evolution right now. But I'm saying there are genes that lean more towards humans just believing. We're very believing, and there's a biological evolutionary reason why those that believe will live longer in the Stone Ages than those who don't believe. Now, I'm not talking about believing in a God. I'm just talking about believing. Right? And I give the example. Now, here's the example. Put it in your chat GPT. A human being will never make the mistake in calling another human being a shadow. You see a human, say, that's a shadow. But they will always make the mistake in calling a shadow a human. You see a shadow, damn, that's somebody walking. You look, oh, that's just a shadow of a tree. That's like a human, right? It's casting a shadow that looks like a human. Or you can do like this on the wall, right? And it'd be a bird. It's actually not a bird. You've made a mistake in calling a hand flapping a bird because you believe. Okay? And so believing those who was navigating the savannas naked. Humans don't come with clothes. Clothes is technology. Humans don't need shoes. Humans don't need shoes. Humans don't need clothes. Not in the areas that humans evolved in. Temperature is right? We need food, clothing, and shelter and protection of that. It's all we need. So we're not working. We're working on doing. We're working on what works. We're not working on the whys. Work with me here. Placeholder. Hold that. Back to the papyrus. It took so long. Now, do you know how much literature ancient Egypt wrote? The question should be, how come they only had one? We could say, well, there's a lot of things I have not found. Hercules, you should just listen. Calm down. The question is, you got a chance, Hercules, when you get up here, explain to us how come they only found one. Maybe they had a lot of them and they got burned up. The dragons ate them. Maybe we haven't found the cache of medical papyrus that's giving you coherent thought on cures yet. All that's possible. But in reality, all we have is one. And out of that one, it still has spells on it. I've read somewhere where it say, well, they added the spells later. But adding the spells later would prove what I'm saying. That particular scribe that wrote that down, he was actually breaking tradition. Which tradition that the spells and stuff is all included. And we know he's breaking traditions because we don't find it nowhere else. It's not in the scribal tradition. Do you know what the scribal traditions is? Scribal traditions are copy the damn text right. Because the old is renowned. Don't mess it up. Don't get the gods mad at you. Recopy it correctly. Because the old is better. The ancient Egyptian idea of their civilization was based off that the civilization came before them is the greatest and the better, and we got to keep doing it. Remember, they didn't build pyramids much after the old kingdom. Y'all didn't know that, right? It was an old kingdom building project. It wasn't doing that. The sa.neter kind of changed through each, different dialects through time. So there wasn't a tradition enshrined in the temples to question the literature that they're copying. There was a tradition of copy it over again properly and don't mess it up, because you will have the curses come down on you because you have messed this up. Do not mess up the order of my yacht. The order of my yacht was most important. Hercules told me it was a strict tradition, bro. You don't gotta fight, you just gotta study. It's a strict tradition, bro. The Egyptians were strict. How else would they have artwork where your shoulders is facing this way, but your head is this way, and your arms are this way, and your feet are this way, your legs this way? That's a tradition. You can't mess up the tradition. An artist can't come in there and tweak it. Well, I'm gonna make the sharp body. What are you doing? The tradition is the tradition. So there wasn't a school of inquiry. They had scribal traditions of copying the text over again because that way was the best. That's the same traditions that we have in the conscious community, that there are sacred cows amongst us. Ivan Van Sertima, Dr. Ben, John Henry Clark, Infodc, James Smalls. Hubert Harris. Don't change what they say. Sheikh Andy Diop's got it all right. Don't change it. How dare you? And I heard the same information over and over again. And when I came and challenged it, y'all threw the everything, the kitchen sink, the tomatoes. You found a white man. You don't know what you're talking about. Diop said this. Dr. Ben said that. John Henry Clark said this. Ivan Van Sertima said this, said that. That's what I got, because you had that age-old African custom and tradition social system that says, don't change the old, and the old is the best. But guess what? That's okay. But it's not okay for scientific inquiry. It stifles it at the very point where it could grow. And so even if that one scribe and that one papyrus was right, it didn't have enough backing to get replicated again in the quote-unquote institution of the shrines or in the temple literature. We have another point. Akhenaten, he broke against tradition. He didn't just go one God like everybody say. He just made the one God, Atun, the sun disk, more valuable than the rest. They was like, what the hell is this nigga doing? It's the gods, it's the ancestors. What are you doing? And when he died, that tradition of having one God elevated over another was lost. You don't see it again. So questioning was not built in, but making sure this is right to keep the order. There's a way to keep the order. The balance of the heart, the balance of this was in place. Why would y'all even argue against that? Read Egyptian literature. I got some serious Egyptian literature for y'all. If y'all want to get down, then let's get down. Had not matured yet for that. The Greeks, standing on the foundations of ancient Egypt and ancient Mesopotamia, they start to tweak it. Thales of Malay, he builds a school of inquiry, of trying to explain things through its natural causes and not through the deities. He's moving forward that tradition and that papyrus of trying to leave out the gods. Couldn't quite do it, but they tried, and he bucks the system. But he has to go to Ionia, where the treatise of cutting bodies is not there. Oh, so y'all don't really study Greek history. There were treatises in the Greek tradition that does not allow you to mess with the corpse. The Egyptians seem not to have this because they practice mummification. And at times you got to open up the body. Now, the Egyptians didn't know that. They didn't know anything about the circular system. They actually thought the heart was the place of reasoning, when it's really your brain. Your heart is the pump. They didn't know that. That's why they weighed your heart. They weigh your heart because it's the place of reasoning. We want to weigh your heart. It's where you reason at. They didn't know they was wrong. None of y'all spoke out in European side. But there wasn't a treatise in Ionia that says you can't cope with the body. So now he can make all kind of inquiry. But remember Plato's Aristotle and them, Aristophanes and them. Remember they murdered them for saying it wasn't the gods. And this is where I pick up atheism at. I don't pick up atheism for the reasons y'all think I picked up atheism for. I picked up atheism because it allowed me to question the eldership. It allowed me to say, that don't sound right. It allowed me to get away from y'all, right? Where I could now use tools to slow down my biases. So how come Dr. Ben was right here, but he was wrong right there? How come Ivan Van Sertima wrote a whole book that just ended up being wrong based off of new available data, boom, 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 boom? How come with John Henry Clark made sense, but nobody's actually listened to? How come Dr. Ben wrote about evolution and Charles Darwin and nobody ever talks about that? And even when I asked Reggie, who claimed to have taken care of Dr. Ben, who claimed to do all this, didn't even read that section of the book Imagine that, being in the person's house that wrote the damn book, but don't read the section about evolution in the damn book. But guess what? I did the same thing. I promoted Dr. Ben's book, but didn't read the whole thing. I leaned to the religious part of it and didn't see the scientific part of it. Why was my mind working like that? Why was my mind working like that? I don't know. It's my bias. I've been raised my whole life saying religion is the thing to get you through. We all have religious thinking. I see you, Revelation X, you got religious thinking to the end, and you're not going to ever change it. You don't have to. But I'm just saying it's funny. Pick up the Revelation X. How can I have a whole Dr. Ben book? Praise the man, love the man. Always say he is the man. Where the hell is that at? Shoot. How can I have a Dr. Ben book? Well, this is a John Jackson book. Hell, he dolmaned up too. I have a Dr. Ben book and miss the whole Darwin evolution part and only talk about the origin of religion is in Africa. That's all. How can I talk about that, yo? Come on, y'all. Think about that. How? It was my bias. They wouldn't let me see the things that was right in front of my face. It was right there. All y'all love Dr. Ben and then talk shit about me and evolution. And then love Dr. Ben again and then love his work and say, that's the elder. You're not carrying what the elders are saying. Nigga, I am. Now, I don't put this, I don't present this to the community saying, hey, read a Dr. Ben book, because it's dated. And the thing that makes a book dated is there's more up-to-date information on it. There's a whole lot of up-to-date information on Egypt that I would not repeat out of this book, because this book is outdated. And the first thing we should say is outdated. This is outdated. This is outdated. Do not start your inquiry here. Now, if you're doing a special project on getting the understanding what the elders were saying. What's up, Sal? You breaking my lecture. What's up?
Yo, I just came in to ask you, why don't you do something on Dr. Ben showing how he supported evolution? That's what I wanted to know.
I got you.
Show the sources, show it, bring it up, and talk about that.
I got you.
So now when they disagree, they disagreeing with the man who they say love, Dr. Ben. When Reggie disagree, he's now disagreeing with Dr. Ben.
That's a fact.
See, so that's how you catch them out there.
Yeah, I did it. It's time to do it again. I've definitely done that.
Yeah, do it again.
I'm gonna do it again. I got you.
Yeah. And I want everybody, make sure y'all support this channel, man. Support Unc, man, because he's up entertaining you, giving you this information while you at work, while you sitting on the toilet and at your job. Support the brother, man. He ain't got to do this. Support him. That's why I'm throwing the links in there. $5, $10, whatever you can afford. Make sure y'all support this brother, man, because he's doing this for y'all. He ain't got to do this, but he's doing it. All right?
Somebody got to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody got to do it. Make sure I drop the link. Y'all go, man. I mean, sometimes love hurt, yo. We do stuff out of love, yo. And if somebody really love you, man, they're not afraid to tell you the truth. And I want to make sure I stay right where I was at, but I want to put another placeholder right there real quick and just say, man, listen, when you're informing and instructing the community that you claim you love, yo, your willingness to lie to them should be at a bare minimum, yo. Like, you just shouldn't even lie to them. Not a bare minimum. You shouldn't lie to them. And if that truth cuts deep, then it just cut deep, right? It just does, man. I didn't get in here to be the most popular guy. I came here to give y'all something that I had discovered that would actually hold my biases back, where I don't end up running around in a cult. Y'all know my story when we talk about the New Wapians, man. Y'all just know bits and pieces of it. What I'll tell you is I just used to go to New Wapian lectures. I never actually met Malachi York. Now, I seen him in person, right? But I never had an affinity to go up to him and say, how you doing? You know what I mean? I'm listening to the information though. I don't have tools to critique this information. It just sounded better than the Nation of Islam, Nation Gods on Earth, and all that. Sounded better than Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. It just did. So I went to those lectures, right? A lot of information I got was from the All Eyes on Egypt bookstore, where Brother Bunn was teaching. That's my man to this day. I called him the other day. I had a couple people on the phone, and he just verified some things that I wanted. Some people that I felt like was worth hearing it. Verify some things. So no, I never actually stayed on the land, never lived up on the land, never even talked to Malachi York, never. Right? But I promoted information that he was promoting, specifically information about Egypt and what I thought was science. That's it. Never did the alien thing, none of that. Just didn't. A lot of times you read certain books, you be like, that shit is incoherent, rambling, right? But you don't got nothing else at this point. All right? So yeah, that's what that is. Take it or leave it, believe it or not. Anyway, but back to my point here. Back to the Dr. Ben thing. It's amazing, because I'm going to do this lecture. It's amazing how you actually got books and you only read certain parts of the books based off your bias. So we have an affinity for religion, so we need the Black origin of religion so that we can stay in a religion when you reach a certain level of consciousness, right? Of course, that's what it is. But now, the thing that helped me see where York was wild and where York was wrong, beside the crazy behavior that landed him in prison forever, because he snuck that in. You wouldn't have known that unless you lived on the land, unless you was in close proximity. Going to a person lecture does not mean you're in close proximity to them. That just means you're going to a lecture. There will be no crime set against you being to a lecture. Not in a circle, not going out with him, not doing none of that. So I wouldn't have known none of what he was doing. And for people to think that, you just on purpose hating because you can't beat the information that I'm kicking. So that they use that against me, no problem. No problem. I can bring people up here that was in the thing, like Chuck Morgan and Wu John, and say, no, it just was the guy that went to the lecture. Doved out some support, wrote some books. Y'all still wouldn't hear it because what I'm saying to you with the information, you can't get around it, so you use that other thing. That's how they do. Oh man, you're a crackhead. Yeah, I get it. 40 years ago, bro. And I never was that though. But hey, I get it. But deal with what I'm saying. We back to the traditions. We're back to why I accepted atheism, because atheism wasn't what was taught to the conscious community. It was more than just not believing in the gods. It was actually not accepting the state-sponsored religion. And last time I checked, we in America. And I'm not saying that Christianity is the state-sponsored religion, but it's the way everybody go. The majority of people in America love Christianity. And then you'll get slick and do the Islam, and then you'll play like you're a Black Hebrew Israelite. Playing. Yeah. And then you'll play Egyptian. That's the level. And then the last thing is playing like the Christians is African. Yeah, it's all that. And so that's why we gravitate to religion, yo. And even when we go conscious religious. We go New Age religion. I've been talking about this for 20 years, New Age religion. So you jump from a group of white people, because Christianity is white people. Yeah, by the time you start speaking Greek, the logos and bringing them terms into it, it's Hebrewisms whitenized, Greekanized. It just is. By the time you get to the Catholic Church that writes the documents, that picks and chooses the books, you're squarely in goddamn wrong. I don't give a damn about some Africans that put the doctrines, some North Africans that definitely look white, because North Africans do look white, but they're not white. They're indigenous Africans. We know this based off the evolutionary model and migration. But back to my point. That's why you can't say that Hannibal is a white man. You can say he's indigenous Carthaginian with Phoenician admixture. Phoenicians, like Hebrews regard. His name is Hannibal. El was the Canaanite deity. El, Phoenician deity. Anyway. We cooking with hot grease. Whitenized religions, right? We go conscious community. We're in the same space now. Think about it. We're in a conscious community, squarely against religion, But everybody can't get past they believing brains. I say the word atheist. Instead of people looking up, they go, wow. I didn't put atheism is those who went against the state-sponsored religion. And then over time it has changed, right? Now it's like, okay, not believing in a deity. Just non-belief in a deity. It don't mean you don't got no beliefs in nothing. It's just saying, yo, I don't believe in the gods. And I don't believe the gods can explain the natural world. But the Egyptians did. And this got in the way of their scientific inquiry, no matter what you say. Right now, people actually think we came from the Garden of Eden. So I'm back at 1859, when there is no comprehensive theory, and white people for the last 100 years or so, 200 years, has been enslaving people based off their skin color, but yet Charles Darwin is producing a scientific theory. So the shit that y'all think is so slick as science, humanity hadn't even got to the point where they could even apply the shit accurately, and yet you want to go back to 250,000 years and think they was applying any damn thing. It wasn't in their repertoire to do. So there's small pieces here that I'm trying to give you. If you just listen, yo, the conscious community is a religious-based thing. They just changed the name of the gods, yo. You go from Jesus Christ to Ra. Jesus is the sun. Ra is the sun. You just change the names. You go to an African name. And in this conversation, I have yet to hear anybody defend West Africa. Why is that? Because you're fighting with your biases. What's your biases? You're listening to the old literature that says we are Egyptians. It's the old ones, the renowned ones, the Dr. Ben ones, the John Henry Clark ones, the John Jackson ones, the renowned, the Phil Valentine, the Bobby Hemmings. And I draw a line between Bobby Hemmett, Phil Valentine, Bobby Hemmett, Phil, Delbert Blair, and all of them. They the great ones. They the great super pseudo ones. And then you got the ones that was leading to academic and scientific literature. Dr. Ben, John Henry Clark, Sheikh Anta Diop, the greatest of them all. And the greatest of the greatest would be Hubert Harrison. He's an atheist in Harlem with 3, 4, 5,000 people on 125th surrounding him, listening to him. Thousands of people. Yeah, he's the first one on the soapbox speaking fluent Greek, speaking fluent Hebrew. Atheist. All the way back in the 19-something. The greatest of the greatest ones. But you transition to the conscious community, you bring your gods forward, you just change the name, and you're actually finding white people gods again. It's called the New Age shit. In the New Age, Madame Blavatsky. We got people right now listening and follow Madame Blavatsky. You don't have the tools to say Sanchez is a nut. He's not only a nut, he's scamming. He's not only scamming, he stole the damn debate. Nobody critiqued him on that. This man entered in a debate with me and stole the debate. He screen copied the shit, then showed it on his channel and monetized it. Where is the honesty in that? He does not have it because his whole position is a lie. His whole position is a scam. I gave y'all the tools to see a damn scam. The niggas say the earth is flat while living on the earth that ain't flat. He promotes this to black people because he gets high numbers. I give you the tools to say different, but I get tomatoes spit at me, and we got people that's on this channel that support Sanchez and then want to come at me. You don't have the tools to fuck with me. Excuse my language. You're not there yet. I have all the answers to the test. I'm cheating. I'm telling you, I'm actually cheating. That I got the whole list of all the questions you already going to ask. I got all of them. Boom, 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 boom. And I have all the answers. I have 3, 4, 5 answers. I have a high-level answers you won't understand. I got a mid-level answer that you'll spit at. And I got an answer you say you look like, oh, shit, oh. So the Egyptians didn't have a tradition of scientific inquiry. They didn't. But that's okay. They didn't need it. They built pyramids. They built institutions. They built the hunter-gatherers, the Khoisan, great hunters. They built great tools that would stand as the foundation for scientific literature and inquiry. They would stand for the foundation of the Greeks. Greatness, renownedness. West Africa. who y'all have forgotten this conversation, did not have written literature, no matter what Reggie said. They didn't need it. They would develop certain scripts, certain symbols, certain proto-writing. Proto-writing is not writing, but it wasn't proto-writing to them. It was what they had to convey their ideas. So while white people had science that they didn't invent because it's cumulative, the word cumulative means over time. So they get this whole package. And the day's lecture about the discovery of America and the history of science, y'all gonna see why the discovery of America was important to get those last couple pieces in to form fully formed science. But they're at a position where they're trying to figure out the piece, but they can't get the piece. The community can't get the piece. Small pieces. What's up, Sal?
I got a question for you.
What's up? You breaking my flow hard, nigga. What?
No, I got a question for you. Who was the first person you heard use the word pseudo? Where did you learn that from?
I heard listen to science. I heard white people saying it, and so we talked about it in the Amaral Squad. And the first person that was called pseudo was Clyde Winters, and it was Ngozi. Ngozi called him a effing pseudo. So Ngozi is the first person to call an elder in the community an effing pseudo.
You know where I get it from?
I take it and I popularize it. What?
I get it from Dr. John Henry Clark.
Yeah.
The first one I heard say pseudo.
He said pseudo. Yeah, it comes out of that. Yeah, no, listen to me.
Yeah, see,
cracking back. Yeah, I played the
elders, bro. Come on.
Now I gotta keep going back though. I'm saying right. The first person to say it and apply it to the elders, which was big, because now we're killing tradition, which is important. We have to kill the tradition. The tradition is not allowing scientific inquiry at this point in the conscious community. So that word is used to show you the incorrectness of what they're saying, and then Ngozi applied it to an elder, which was a breaking tradition for us publicly. Right. I popularized the word. I got the mouth. I got the flavor, right? And I popularize it, and I make it stand, and I make it stick. Because you know when I say something, it stick. But the first person looked like us to say it in 1974 is Dr. John Henry Clark.
Correct. There you go.
See what I'm saying? Right. So and I'm glad you brought that up, because really, right, we ain't even listening to them dudes like I'm trying to tell you they really not, bro. He said it's pseudoscientific. He said the whole blackness thing is was created by pseudoscientific Europe.
Yeah. Yo, indigenous black man in the chat wilding, man. He wilding.
Oh, yeah, he wild.
Indigenous black man going crazy in the chat.
Being pseudo do mean wrong. It's a prefix. It means not correct, yo.
Right. All right, man. I just wanted to ask you that.
Yeah, that's good. Good. We in there. We in the game. All right. We get back on track. Get back on track. Where the hell was we at? All right, we were showing break tradition, Charles Darwin. No, we was talking about the daggone how the conscious community was basically, I was saying the conscious community was designed to get you out of religion, but it's a whole nother religion. And the thing to make it a religion is it has the inferiority. Okay, let me new point. The inferiority complex is built into the conscious community. The very foundation of the conscious community built in is the inferiority complex. Built into the conscious community is anti-scientific inquiry because we put too much emphasis on the old. There's treaties against saying something against the elders. The elders are the great ones. They can do no wrong. They float across the goddamn savannah. The Africans never did the damn thing wrong. They was perfect in their ways. They used science for 3,500 500 years to balance the Maya. While white people got science for 300 years and they end up on the damn moon again. This is the nature of the conscious community, is built in ideologies that don't allow it to grow. And when a man comes to you talking about science and inquiry into the things we've learned and said, I get wildness. I never said pseudo meant lie, bro. I said wrong. Right? Pseudoscience is traditions that are claimed to be scientific but are not. So the conscious community itself has built-in biases. I knew this. Being a leader in the conscious community from day one, I understood my biases and I started working on them. That's why I can have this conversation with you and don't give a damn about what the elders said. If shit is wrong, it's wrong. And that is okay. They're not supposed to know everything. Like, y'all say just when you everything is retarded. Mathematics is not science. Mathematics is a tool of science. Mathematics is logic and mathematics is proof. Science is not proof. Science works in approximate and it uses science to measure, to prove, because it's proof. So, West Africa brought medical knowledge to the Americas in 1700s, where a doctor, medicine man, a shaman, and a witch, you couldn't distinguish the difference between them. We are enslaved in the places in the midst of a scientific revolution, and the pathogen come through in Boston in 1703. It's called smallpox. And white people is getting beat up by the invisible pathogen. West Africa has an understanding of this particular sickness that Europeans do not have. It is actually counterintuitive. The foundation of vaccinations, and everybody going to die and the numbers going to go down, the foundation of vaccinations in America hinges on slaves from West Africa. What they did was practical. It wasn't scientific. It was medicine, though. Take a sick person, take the pus from a sick person, and administer a little bit of the pus to a healthy person. Listen closely. Take the pus from a sick person, cut a scratch a healthy person, and put the pus from a sick person and watch what happens. Voila, the person's going to get sick. But the person may or may not get sick as the person that they got the pus from, because you just use a little bit of it. So you can kind of measure, you kind of, and the person will get sick. Now, why is the person getting sick? Because their immune system is starting to attack their area and attack the unrecognizable pathogen that has entered the body. Humans don't know this. They don't know why. The why is the science. The practical thing is cutting it, taking the pus and put it in it. They could do that. And they seen changes happen. They seen the person get sick for about 6-7 days. Then after that, they seen that even if they was around another person that had just got the sickness, that those people wouldn't get sick. And they just recorded that and they realized that is the way to do that. That is not science, y'all. That is taking empirical data based off on watching people. Watch off this happening so many times. They didn't know why, man. But the funny part about it is Europeans took that. Boylston, who is a Harvard grad, he's a doctor, he said, wait a minute. We can't just start scratching white people and giving that to them. We got to have a test. So for the first time, one of the first times in history where they start a trial, a clinical trial. Now they also have one more time with scabies, right? Where they do a clinical trial based around that, where seamen, they get sick, they call it sleeping sickness or whatever. They get sick because being out sea and you're short vitamin C, and they call it a sleeping sickness, lazy man thing, and they die because they ain't got no daggone vitamin C. They used to keep fruit, but they didn't know why, and they forgot about it, and they take the fruit off the boats, and they get sick and die again. But around that idea, they have a test, a clinical trial. So there's 2 times in history for the first time clinical trials happen in America. Get back on the slave thing. Boylston, Cotton Mather is the owner of Onesimus. This man brings, they say, so what? They ask him, they say, so we have smallpox and the slaves are just chilling. Why they ain't scared? Why we running around petrified? They got the ships stuck out on this. You can't let the ships dock no more because they don't know what this is. It's ravaging them. Onesimus say, man, we used to that. We just do this, do this. They was like, what? Do what? Take the pus from a sick? You crazy. No, that's how we do it. Let me show you. So Cotton Mathis and the Harvard-trained Dr. Boylston, they do their own sons that way. Their sons get sick. They like, damn. And then they got resistant to it. They don't know why. The why is the scientist. The doing is what they was doing. The England was trying to figure out why is the clinical trial. So they started to understand the ratio of people that would die, that didn't get violated, right, or inoculated, and the amount of people that did get it that didn't die. Let me say it again. The people that got it and didn't die, the violation, right? They looked at the amount of people that died that got it, which was some of them, as opposed to people that didn't get it, which was a lot of them. They say, it's better to do that. They don't know the why yet because there is no theory on, quote unquote, disease yet. That's science. That's the why. It's another point I want y'all to get. The why. The why does the planetary orbit? Why does the sun be hot? Why? What is this? Why? They don't need to know that. The people in West Africa don't need to know the why. They just need to know what we doing work. That is definitely scientific thinking, but that's not science yet. But it's the foundation of what would later become from 1703 to 1779 or 75. Edwin Jenner creates the first vaccine for smallpox based off of the African medical sacred wisdom knowledge tradition. The West Africans actually had a smallpox deity. They deified the disease. Don't make me pull that shit up. Because this ain't the lecture. I just wanted to show y'all the difference there. Y'all are disrespecting what the people in West Africa was able to do without science. How great was these people that able to do this? Y'all the ones that think the science is the greatest things. I'm giving you clear examples with people that's in the scientific revolution ain't even on par with people in West Africa. I'm going to say it again. These people are in the midst of a scientific revolution. They don't get to the scientific revolution without the West Africans, without the East Africans, without the Chinese, without the Khmerans, without the South Africans, without the people in Germany and Russia, the Rudes and all that. You don't get there. They're in a unique position. Now I'm getting to the lecture. They're in a unique position to study ancient Greek text. The Muslims was in a unique position to study ancient Greek text. The Greeks was in a position to study ancient Mesopotamian text and ancient Egyptian text. The Egyptians were in a position to study the hunter-gatherers around them. They used to take the pygmies from the interior forests. They would trade these pygmies. They said they was good luck, but they was also deities of medicine. The people that teach about Egypt mess it all up. They don't value what the pygmies was. These pygmies had vast knowledge on medical plants. That's why they was the deity of medicine. Or they was good luck, because every time you was around them, they had the ability to give you the knowledge that they got in the forest, bro, of the damn plants, man. So the Egyptians are privy to this. They have hunter-gatherers all around them just studying the plants. And the Egyptians take this, and as they develop their writing system, they start to record these things. This is empirical data. This pushes the Egyptian into proto-scientific thoughts and proto-scientific ideas. The hunter-gatherers wasn't proto-science. The hunter-gatherers was strictly sacred wisdom, knowledge, traditions. You need writing. You need paper to start to produce proto-science. Proto-writing is not writing, like proto-science is not science, but that's okay. That's what the hell they did. And they did it at a level that y'all couldn't even reach right now with all your computers and all that. So knock it off, man. Respect what they did. Love what they did. Stop hating. Stop bringing what Europe did back to the Stone Age, back to the Iron Age. It's not happening. And I will continue to beat the brakes off you as you try to do it, because you are the conscious community. You're not looking through reality. You're looking through the glasses of racism and white supremacy, because you practice New Age science. You've mixed all the deities together. White people did that first. You're vegan. White people did that. Not indigenous Africans aren't vegan. Indigenous Africans have balanced diets. Sometimes they will eat the pig or the bull or whatever the hell they eat. And most times they're eating the vegetables and nuts and the berries. Being a vegan is white people, and being a vegan come from India. That ain't indigenous African nothing. Y'all be tripping. I just want to throw some flame real quick. I respect the traditions, man. That's what I do. That's my job. That's the team job. I got teams of teams. That's why I stay right here, yo. You just see me shining, but I don't shine not unless people around me shining. I just talk that talk. Now, I'm into my lecture now. What in the hell do discovery of America have to do with this thing you call science, bro? Let's see. We got about 6 slides. Watch how quick this is. If you got 100 slides, you're a pseudo. By nature. By nature, the pseudo got too many damn slides. It's in the nature of a pseudo to try to over-explain every damn thing. That's what makes you a pseudo, 100 slides. Oh, hell no. Hell no. I'm going to say it again. If a person got 100 slides, they pseudo. They might not mean it, but it take them 100 slides. It shouldn't take you 100 slides. We're going to forget after the first 5 slides. We forgot. We daydreaming. We think about something. Oh, your wife call you. You get back to, oh. You still at slide 59. You still got another 120 left. Nope. The discovery of America in the history of science. Oh, man. Let me see how many slides I got. Make sure I ain't got 100 up this motherfucker. I'm just saying you got 100 slides, yo, that you don't got it. Oh, man. What's up, Sal? You great? I'm
all right, hey, I got to strongly disagree with you. If a brother got 200 slides, it only means he got so much information. You ain't got to let it all go. You could do a part 1, a part 2, and a part 3, because knowledge is vast. So we have so much knowledge that has not been unearthed yet. So just because a brother got 200, 300, or 500 slides, don't make you a pseudo. It just means you have done so much research, fact, and study that you got so much information to give to our people, and it's going to take you a week to give it to them. That's all I wanted to say, brother.
No
Don't do that. Don't do that and say because
Don't
of
do what? I didn't say nothing. I didn't call nobody's name.
you got 100. No, I'm just saying. I didn't say you called nobody's name.
Oh, what we
I'm
talking
saying
about?
because the brother got 100 and something slides. That don't mean you pseudo, brother.
Who got 100 slides though?
I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm going by what you're saying. You try to get me to say a name there. It don't matter. It just means he just got more information than you. That's all. He did more research than you, more study than you and my brother Cedric. That's all. Don't hate. Congratulate, man.
Congratulate
who? Brothers.
I ain't hate. I ain't hate.
You should applaud them for getting all that and gathering all that information. Don't try to, you know. Anybody, I'm saying anybody, brother.
All right, okay, no problem, bro.
Yeah,
but watch how I do it. Watch how I do it. Watch this. Watch how we get in.
You crazy, man. You're a funny dude, man.
All right, let's see if we get this idea right here.
See, I've been listening. I'm listening to you, even though I'm not in there. I'm listening.
I know you funny. You got to protect the brand, yo. I ain't beating up the brand. I'm part of the brand. Hey, here we go. Let me see if I can bring this home, yo, for y'all, man. Let me get it all up on the screen for y'all. Let me see if I can do this. Yo. Make sure I ain't got 300 slides in this motherfucker. That'd be fun. All right, we got a few for y'all. So, the discovery of the Americas and the history of science. Okay, authority, observation, and early modern science. The core impact. The discovery of the Americas weakened trust in inherited classical authority. Let's stop right there. I told you that in science and technology, right, it's accumulative. Knowledge and wisdom accumulates over time in different civilizations, from Africa to Asia to the Americas. Europeans were stuck on ancient classical authority, like the conscious community is stuck on the great ones, the great elders. Y'all see the correlation there? It actually stops you from moving forward. So the discovery of the Americas weakened the trust inherited by classical authorities. Why would it weaken that? It strengthened the idea that knowledge about nature had to be checked against the world itself through observation, descriptions, mapping, and eventually experiment. Why it mattered. The key shift. So we talking about shifts in thinking. You often hear Cedric and them talk about shifts in thinking. Space age African, Anthony Bowman. You hear him talk about the why. Watch this. What it did was, you know how I beat y'all up when y'all say something wild that Diop said was wrong? Guess what it does? It exposed the limits of classical authority. So at times I exposed the limits of what Diop and them knew. It's not dogging them. It's just saying, I see they didn't know. They didn't get the update. It's like having a computer that never get the update. When you go back to it, it ain't even working right. So that knowledge brought forward ain't working right because it's not the update. So why it mattered? Key shift. It said it exposed the limits of classical authority. Oh shit. The Greeks didn't know why they didn't know. They don't actually have the system we thought they had. We thought they knew what they knew. It said it increased the authority of observation. Man, now we bumped into the West Indies because they didn't even discover the West Indies. Lucky Europeans with ships, technology, trying to get around Asia trying to go around another route to get to Asia, bumped into the West Indies. Of course, it was luck. Serendipity. Luck. One set out to sail to discover nothing. It's a lie. They tripping. It was luck. It got to the West Indies. But what it did was it increased the authority of observation. Wait a minute, we here. We can see it. We see different animals, different flora. We see different land masses. We see different humans. How could this be here? if the classicals knew everything, they would have knew about this. You know, like, how about the biblical text? The biblical text mentions none of this. 3, it encouraged quantitative and practical inquiry. We need some practical inquiry here. We got to engage in quantitative. We have to qualify this. It expanded natural history. Man, yo, the Bible couldn't do it, yo. The Greeks couldn't do it. The Egyptians couldn't do it. None of them could do it because they didn't know. They only knew about their world. And there was a whole lot left. It expanded natural history. Now we got to add the Americas to whole landmass, all different flora, plants, and animals to this thing we didn't know. It helped prepare for the scientific revolution. See what I'm saying? I'm telling you that the damn Greeks got to bump into the Americans to get this stage right here. I'm telling you that the indigenous Africans in Africa, West Central Africa, they got to bump into this joint accidentally to realize there's more stuff. Please get this second idea here. The first idea is it took damn near 350,000 years to even have certain questions arise. Or at least to get it close to the institution, like, yo, can we do practical things without the spells? Took 350,000. One. The second idea is this is one of the key components to get into the position I'm trying to get y'all to understand. You got to find something that nobody on planet Earth knew about, but the damn people was living there, and the people that was living in America didn't know shit about the old world. And that's where I beat Sanchez at, and that's where I beat Inky at. I can say this because I mentioned the daggone transference of diseases, the Colombian exchange, and old world and new world immunity, and the niggas died right there. Go look at the debates again. That's where they died. So the shift in thinking mattered. It exposed the classical authority. Now we can't even into the Greeks no more. They were standing on Platonians. These Europeans was. It encouraged quantitative and practical inquiry, and it expanded the natural history. It helped prepare for the scientific revolution. Damn. A nuanced perspective. Historians view the discovery of the Americas as a major factor, not the only factor, but as a major factor among several, watch this, y'all, including printing. Now, why do y'all think printing is important in this thing that we call science? Because in this chat, if I take 10 of y'all and I tell one of y'all something, by the time it get back to me, it ain't going to be what the hell I said. Now, these West Africans was renowned at the storytelling, but I guarantee you, was little tweaks in it. Even when the Egyptians started writing, remember, it was important to copy that shit right. And even when they was copying the biblical text, while on the back of horses, because that's how they was copying it, y'all didn't even know that, with candle damn light, the scribes was even writing in the margin saying, man, I don't think that's in there. I think they, let me change this. Right? And then they say, well, no. The other scribe wrote it was a mistake because there was no consistency. That's why the Egyptians had to develop a tradition of consistently transferring ideas. Why? Because they didn't have a fucking printing press. Excuse my language. Gutenberg in 1440 invented a printing press. So historians view the discovery of the Americas as one of the major factors among several, including what? Printing, humanism, look it up, and new instruments, tools that move Europe knowledge from what? Difference to authority towards a more empirical style of inquiry. It was the catalyst, not the sole cause of modern science. So see, you got to show me where the Egyptians had a damn printing press. You got to show me where the Muslims had a damn printing press. You got to show me where hunter-gatherers had a printing press. This is important so you don't make constant mistakes. Y'all ain't feeling me out there, man. Y'all tripping. Knowledge before and after. Old scholarly ideal. Knowledge primarily delivered from authoritative ancient texts. We rely on an ancient text, the Egyptians say. Europeans say we rely on an ancient Greek text. And say natural knowledge focus on recovery, and commentary. Practical science was secondary. The living world was explained through classical natural history, and they called the Greeks the natural philosophers. And out of natural philosophy would start to develop what? Science. Now, engaging early modern tendencies, knowledge from text plus direct observation, travel maps. For you to make a map of the whole world, you got to go around the whole world. Egyptians didn't do it. Mesopotamians didn't do it. The Greeks didn't do it. The Russians didn't do it. Luckily, the Europeans did. Everybody get a chance to run the damn ball. Stop hating and participate in this knowledge and understanding what role we play in it. Black algae won't allow it though. Knowledge from text plus direct observation, travel maps, and specimens. You need to get, like that thing that quote unquote I can't even think of the person's name, man, that actually was teaching Charles Darwin taxidermy. I cannot believe Johnston. No, Edmiston. John Edmiston. Right? He taught Darwin how to preserve the specimens. This African was actually enslaved in the rainforest and was freed, and he studied the rainforest. Watch this. Watch this. Can y'all get it? He recognized that the plants and animals in the rainforest was far more diverse than anywhere on the earth. This inspired Darwin to become a what, y'all? Not a damn scientist, because they ain't called scientists yet in 1859 or 1803. They was called naturalists. Science is very new, y'all. Stop tripping. The world was fine without science, so stop tripping. Enjoy the lecture. Enjoy your ancestors' work in West and Central Africa, not Egypt. Y'all tripping. The expansion of knowledge through discovery and comparison, navigation, cartography, and measurements became central. New organisms stimulated classification and collection. They started finding new organisms, y'all. They was like, where the hell this come from? Huh? Yeah. Conclusion and terminology. The discovery of the Americas taught Europeans, not Africans, because they didn't make it, not the Sumerians, because they didn't make it, not the Greeks, because they didn't make it, not the Russians, because they didn't make it. So they couldn't have had the peace. They would have to learn from the Europeans. They would have to get the peace and transmit ideas from the people that actually bumped into it, luckily. The discovery of the Americas taught European scholars that nature could exceed inherited texts. Damn, nature is greater than the shit we was writing. It's strengthening observation, reshaping science. This change is often described as epistemistic or methodological shift, where direct engagement with the natural world gained independent authority. So now nature becomes the authority. Understanding nature becomes the authority. Key sources: the Encyclopedia Britannica, History of Science, The Rise of Modern Science. Critique: classical authority notes importance of math and navigation. You got to navigate in the damn ocean. Got to be able to do that. To catch this level, this is what this is the piece the Europeans bring to the puzzle. You can't leave them out because you hate them. If your bias don't let them in it, then you can't have science. Then you can't have the contributions that the indigenous African brought to the table if you don't allow their contributions in it. You have to slow your biases down at this point. You have to imagine a world where black people didn't do every damn thing. You have to imagine a world where white people do everything. Y'all making white people do everything because you saying that black people had science. At 350,000 years, at 1500 BCE, they did not. They didn't need it. It wasn't practical, and it didn't make no damn sense. They conquered the world with ingenuity, math, and technology at levels They had medicine. The medicine was so serious that right now, 80 to 90% of the continent of Africa still practice what? Traditional African spiritual social medicine. They spiritual traditions, a lot of times we call it medicine, y'all. How is it that Stone Age, Iron Age, Bronze Age medicine carried forward to the Space Age is still working? But yet y'all want to make them have evidence-based medicine. I don't actually understand that. They can't afford it. They rather go to the medicine man and work a deal out. They don't got money to go see a doctor. They don't got to travel to the city. I'm not saying that Africa does not have evidence-based medicine, because they actually do. And this brings up another part of the damn conversation. Y'all better be damn lucky that the continental Africans don't got evidence-based medicine. Meaning, now they putting time into it now, though. But it's not catching on. But when it catch on, you better watch out. The population going to balloon, and they're going to be ready for the space age. Wait till they launch something. Wait till they get into the space age. I think they may be one African nation that's in the space age, may have launched a satellite. I think it may be Ethiopia or something like that. But I'm trying to make a point here that their traditional wisdom and knowledge don't got to be scientific for it to still be working in 2026. Y'all be tripping with that, yo. But I'm going to keep fighting y'all till I bludgeon you half to death with it. They don't need the damn science, man. Crops, plants, cannibals, interest in American flora and fauna. When we say flora, we mean plants. When we say fauna, we mean animal. By taxonomists, physicians, and botanists. Warwick Brett, Encyclopedia Britannica, the dawn of the species classification highlights roles of exotic species in stimulating natural history classification. Encyclopedia Britannica, natural history, background, Pliny authority. And we did this with how many damn slides? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's my point. Y'all can remember that. See? See? 7 damn slides, yo. Now I've talked my way through it, had some fun, do the flavor in it, God killer style with 7 damn slides. Y'all got that damn point. Y'all ain't forget the point. See? If you got 170 slides, 250 per lecture, you might just be scamming. Let me stop. They got 500 slides on that joint. Y'all remember back in the day, y'all had about, man, that shit, yo. Reading that shit, I had about 100, 125 slides. Like, dang, y'all ain't know what the hell I was saying. Y'all was like, yeah. What the hell I was talking about, yo? Y'all tripping, yo. That's funny, man. We dropped the link now. We stimulated the conversation, man. Man, hold on, man. First of all, man, drop some damn Cash App, man. Somebody drop a Cash App, man. Let's take a break, right? Let's show some advertisement here. We drop the link, and the shit about to get heavy. It's about to get loud. Oh, man, what they do with this? All right, let's take this break, man. Take this Cash App break.
Yeah. Look. Hey, Cash App. Baltimore. Yeah. Cash App, don't let it run you. Money fill the gas, but it never feel honey. Cash App. Dreams get so fast. If you don't own your time, you just rent your past. Cash App, springs full of flex. Real life hit hard when the rent come next. Cash App, tool not guide. Use it, don't lose it, keep your head on top. Lend a mill, lend a bill, lend a pay me now. Everybody yell, get it like a sacred how. Timeline full of blessed, but the stress still lurks. Same folks posting gas, still drowning in hurt. Explosions of cash and the camera flash, but the lights cut off when you can't make it last. This ain't a trick, but it move like a spell. Type in the amount for that dopamine we swell. Quick tap, quick send, quick high, quick drop, then you back in the cold when the real don't stop. I done seen love turn transactional, quick send some in the DM like that's all it is. Cash that, don't let it run you. Cat, don't let it run you. Cash that, don't let it run you. Don't. Hard work, yeah, I respect that. But rest ain't weakness, I protect that. Cause money earn me nothing if your soul get thin. If you're always up next, tell me you when you win. They sellin' hustle like it's peace in the pack. But peace don't come from a green little stack. So send when you can, look out for your kin. But don't let the app decide how you feel within. Set them rules, don't be ruled by the buzz. Real love is a call, not a what's up, cuz. Cash app, 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 don't let it run you. Don't let it run you. Cash app, don't let it run you. Don't. Yeah. Ball. Baltimore.
Man, yo, hit the daggone Cash App, show some love, man. It's Friday, man. We teaching, man. We giving tools so that we don't get caught up in cults and follow charlatans with misinformation. Scientific literacy is the tool. Scientific literacy is a vaccine against the charlatans that come amongst you. Today's lesson was showing the importance of the discovery of the Americas and what role they played to help humanity get to what we now call science. When I say science, I don't mean colloquially where everybody got science. We're cooking is science. Running down the street and he shook them. Ha ha ha. That was a scientific move. The ants, science. The Bible, science. He threw the baseball. It was science. He looked at the stars. It was science. He seen the shape of a butt. That's a scientific beat. Nah, man. When I say science, I'm talking about the thing that accumulated over 350,000 years in a place called Europe, who enslaved Africans, had a surplus of money, free labor, billions of dollars, sit around and do absolutely nothing. And think about the ancient civilizations and the things they had and question things freely because they got the money to do it. Everybody get a chance to run the damn ball. We ran the ball for 350,000 years. Europeans run the ball for 300 years, and y'all tripping off of it. And they have a cumulative knowledge from your ancestors, not in Egypt because they ain't our damn ancestors, but the continent of Africa, Western Central Africa is a cumulative wisdom and knowledge. The Chinese, the Arabs, all that, India. It just set in the right position, yo. They just got their shot at it, yo. Why deny it? Because now African Americans practice science. Indigenous Africans practice science. It's a human endeavor, man. I'm dropping that damn link. Who got the heart? Don't get up here, bibbity bip bip bibbity. Don't bibbity bip bip bibbity me. Don't you do it. Don't bibbity bip bip bibbity. Let me see if I got any love in here. Man, appreciate you, Gary, man. That's love. Appreciate you, Morris, man. That's love, man. That's 2. I need 3 more, yo. Don't keep me up here locked in. But nah. Pseudo killer army. Right where we're supposed to be at. That's right. I think is confusing methodology with application. You can't apply science without science. That's my answer to that question. And you won't get that off for free no more. All right, y'all had to do something. $1 Cash App, do something. I'll present the question to the audience. We're not doing the free program. Look, man, we got this debate right here, man. Chief X versus God Energy were the Moors who conquered Spain, black or Negroid. $20 donation, man. Tax write-off. Yeah. Make sure y'all in the building, man. We got Black Mills. He's the first guest. Let's welcome him to the stage, man. Black Mills, you got the mic. No bibbity. Don't do it. Do not bibbity us. Don't do it. Let's enjoy the conversation, man. What's on your mind, man? What's good, man? I can't. You got to unmute yourself. There you go. I hear you.
Yeah, bless. All respect.
Bless up. Respects, man. What's up? I can hear you. I can hear you loud and clear. I hear you talk.
You know, even
you got it.
Yeah, based on the scientific method that you're saying, I would ask, would you classify the precession of the equinoxes as a scientific, like it's been through the scientific method? Would you say that? The understanding of that level of astronomy?
No, I would say it's predictive. Meaning, if you're around long enough.
What would you say it is?
Predictive. Meaning that it's happening on a regular basis, right? So if it's happening on a regular basis, whether you're there or not, if you're astute enough, if you're sharp enough, if you have the ability to transfer knowledge, right, to other people and other generations, right, that's a serious task to do. Then you can put people in place to continue to watch this thing that is predictive. That is the level of the time. That's serious. We can give you a gold star for that. So I'm not taking away from that. That's serious work. Like, that's it. That's comparable to building a ship and crossing the damn ocean. I'm telling you, bro. So I'm not taking away from that. And I'm saying that was serious. That's ancient, traditional, spiritual, social system. That's what that is, bro. And that's what that produced. It don't got to be scientific. It don't got to be none of that. It is what it is. It's what they had. It's what they did at the highest level. I'm giving them the gold star. But that ain't science.
You won't classify the precession of the equinoxes as science?
No, not that. Not what they was doing. Nope. I would say that's an astronomical device. Just like building the calendar, give rise to the calendars. I'm saying that's serious work. But I'm saying if you stay around long enough, you can figure out the seasons and all that. You can do that. That's serious. Sure. Early man wasn't doing it. They did it with the moon earlier, maybe at like 100, like maybe 180,000 at pinnacle point. They start to track like the the tides, right? And they track the tides because when it was low tide, right, that exposed the shellfish. These your first shell. So this is serious, bro. They can say, hold on, bro. If we don't track this show, we're not gonna eat them all, yo. So they learned how to track. And I think it was based off the moon. It was practical, right? They didn't need to know what the hell the moon was made out of, though, yo.
Right.
They didn't need to know why it was happening. They just need to know it's happening, bro. And we figured out when it was happening. That's all they needed to do, yo. That's serious, though. Right. So it helped them cool themselves, feed themselves. This is at glacial stage 6, right? During the ice age period. There aren't any more humans. There are no humans in the fossil record at 180,000. They're all in South Africa, and they're doing their damn thing.
Right.
So it's terminology and knowing the terminology, bro. Sometimes we're in a world where Trump and them, they acting like they the best. They real arrogant. The way we think that.
Would you agree on that they use that understanding of astronomy in their engineering and their building, and they're dealing with even geography to a certain extent, and what we will call geodic?
Yeah, the Egyptians got some maps, got some of the first maps. They don't understand why plate tectonics and all that shit move. They don't got all that, but they got a rudimentary. They got your first. They raising the bar, man. They had the Egyptians reached the proto scientific level, but they don't reach the proto scientific level without having serious interaction discourse with these indigenous people. Like these indigenous people that's in the rainforest, these indigenous people that's collecting plants and grubs, and they had this vast knowledge of using plants to help like right now, in Africa, I said it, 70-80% of the people don't even practice evidence-based medicine, bro. And they ain't dead.
Yeah, for sure. Even in some like the Ebers papyri and these things, you'd see even just the use of what we call modern day cannabis. And
Correct.
you'd see like some of the like the endocannabinoids they've been telling us about like recently. Like that's a recent discovery from modern day science.
Yes.
And I wouldn't say that our ancestors understood this, but they used to use the cannabis, and I'm saying like back in the day. And now we're trying to understand, what maybe some of them were already doing. So, it's just
you got it. See, you got
ancient knowledge, Yeah.
So my point, we got it.
To a certain extent, and being lost along the way sometimes.
No, that's the problem with humans. If you ain't writing it down, if somebody don't come in and burn it up, then it'll get lost, right? So yes, they think that's why modern science, guess what they do? They ain't on YouTube, they sitting down with the ancient people. The ancient people are your hunter-gatherers. They the most ancient people. they tied to nature. They have an embryonic relationship with nature, bro. So why is it that modern science go there and sit down with them? And then you know what happened when they do that, though? This what happened. The medicine men, right? Without messing it up, these medicine men are the closest ones that we could consider the traditional medicine men would be the modern day doctors, right? With scientific training, right? But they don't have that. They didn't need that. But whatever they got, whatever knowledge base they had, whatever connection that they see in nature, whether they think the plants talk to them, they sit down, right? And they meet, and the medicine men be like, damn, that's the level I want to take it to. They don't push it away. They be like, yeah, I want to know why this is doing that. Okay, now I can kind of measure it and now I know, well, she weighed 110 pounds, he weighed 250. I see why it didn't work sometime on him. I didn't have enough of it. Yeah. See, so these traditional people, they want to learn languages.
Let me ask you.
Hold on. They want to learn certain language to be engulfed in the process, because guess what? It make them better at what they do. They're not saying what we saying, bro. They say, oh, shoot, this is new to me. You mean I can actually figure out boop, 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 boop? Yeah, because I'm trying to help the community. Yeah, that's my point. And that's a little secret I'm telling you. And I got people from the continent that I had these conversations with. They say traditional people don't be throwing away science. They be like, yo, I'm going to send my kid to college and university and bring that back to us. That's what's going on, bro. But go ahead, man. How they say, bless them.
Would you agree that the scientific revolution is what separated what I would say the understanding of what, although it's not what you say the scientific method, but what, we would see as science in like an African time or maybe back in the day, that they weren't separating that mythology and all these things. All that was just all one.
Separate.
If you could,
it was all one, and that's
the scientific revolution kind of separated the two.
Yeah,
and now we have that aspect of where people are trying to, separate science from the whole.
I know, but listen,
rituals and religion and all these things to a certain extent.
So let me say this. Remember I talked about the Egyptian traditions? They didn't want to take the spells off. It stopped them from building an institution that took away the spells, bro. That was part of their bias. So that stopped them. Why you gotta go? Why we know what it is? It's nut. It's tough nut. It's Gab. It's Lord Nepature. It ain't nothing else. We know it's an omen. Someone has cast a spell on us. We know it already. We don't need to inquire into it. to inquire into this, right? And I get it because we like that way for 300. We the oldest people. Come on, bro. African population, right? It's the first population on Earth. Okay, let's just say what it is, bro. And I'm saying they did not have a need to separate that. They became a point in time where if you got people actually separated, then you damn sure better figure out whether that make more sense than what you're doing. Because if you don't, you'll get smashed out by them. Whether you agree with it or not, it might. Hold on, let me say this. Whether you agree with me or not, you might need to take another look at what Diop's and them wrote and critique it honestly and take the things that can be verified and proven and throw the rest of that shit away. You might need to take a look at that. Or stand the risk of a person like me coming up here beat you half to death on some things that you could already have. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, real talk.
Who loves that more than me, bro?
For instance, the book Dr. Ben wrote on the Bible, that small book. I can't remember the exact name, but you know,
I know
remember some of the things.
African origin world religion.
He claimed that Ramesses II in the Bible was the same Ramesses in Egypt in that time. I think in modern day, if you do your research properly, I think there's a vast difference between the Ramesses in the Bible, the historical Ramesses in Egypt. Mm-hmm. So that was like, I would say, an updated, version of just the whole thing. If you go with what Dr. Ben was saying, I think the book was written in the either 70s or 80s.
Say it again.
Yeah. So, are you hearing me?
I see we got the life force in the back. I hear the life man. Ramses, I don't know. It might be a character now. I don't want to say nothing crazy. I would have to switch to my religious thinking for a minute.
Yeah. The material of the buildings and everything, because you see, like Ramesses was using straw bricks.
Oh, yeah.
In Egypt, it's granite. Ramesses building is made of really. So the materials and some of these things, like the evidence, archaeological evidence, and
So if you go to go to
the next question I wanted to ask, one last question.
Right,
and before I let the Elder Santan bless up. Even when you say about writing and West African writing and these things and reading and these things, like Chief X was saying, would you agree that our understanding of reading before was like most times as be saying, even these Bible texts, it was pictography, so it was more like symbolism. For instance, you see as a Rastafari, these you'd see Haile Selassie with this what they call an organism in that kind of coronation day. He has these kind of artifacts in his hand, and it's like an orb, and it has a cross on top of the orb. So now to the religious person, maybe they might think of Christ when they see the cross and these things. But we know in astronomy, like you were saying a while ago, if somebody doesn't understand the coordinates and even the procession, which is your 4 seasons, the cross really represents your 4 seasons, really.
Okay.
And then even in astronomy, we still have your Northern Cross and your Southern Cross, if you think in the 99 constellations. So it was more of us reading, like what you say, reading the heavens. Somebody might not say reading the heavens, but our understanding of astronomy and the movements of the heavens and things, that's how all these religious and mythological stories, we turn into poetry and all these things. It's like us telling our history through poetry and this. And if you cannot read between the lines, you would get lost, That's how I see it. Yeah, bless
you gotta have you would need to have an understanding of astronomical movements, right? The stories. And so, that was the thing that when Dr. Ben said that it was out of religion that man created science, right? Not science created religion is what you're speaking to. So a lot of times our scientific, our ideas that are moving towards science, right? was transmitted through folklore mythology. If you don't understand mythology, you're not understanding the underlying harder concept of proto-scientific thinking. You get it? You get lost in the shuffle. So yes, out of belief system, out of man believing that the rain came from the rain god, and if you pray to him hard enough, it's going to rain, right? Then you start questioning that. Later on, you can say, "Man, I done prayed to the rain god, and we left the people still praying. They died of thirst." You can see it in the Sahara. We got people like this praying to the rain god, but you see they bones, right? Some people decided, let me get the hell up out of here. It ain't gonna rain. I'm gonna find some more. So yeah, out of religion, later on becomes scientific inquiry, belief. So it was easy for humans to co-opt belief and create custom and traditions that exemplify certain ecological niches in the environment of those particular people. That's why I'm an atheist. I'm not taking one person's custom tradition, spiritual system over another. I think I can learn from all of them. Makes me a well-balanced African American, Black African American, whose ancestors come directly from Africa based off the transcontinental slave trade. I will never forget that. I will never marginalize that. So I just want to give the community tools so they can stop getting flim-flam by people making it up. That's what I'm doing. So y'all can sit right here with me and say, I see it. I don't see it the way you see it, but I see it through the proper lenses to know that man is taking my money. That man polite, is something wrong with him. He lying. Everything he say, he lying. What else? What he trying to hide? See what I'm saying? Malachi, what? That's not accurate. That's so incoherent. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying, so I wanted Tuesday to see those people coming a mile away. Now I see them coming a mile away. And when I identify it, people get mad. And I also wanted to break away from tradition, right? That tradition that the elders know every damn thing. It's not true. Right? It's a sacred cow in our community, and it stops us from our scientific inquiry, and it does not stop us from loving our custom and our traditions that we brought over from it. It doesn't stop us from loving that. It just stops us from just being stuck right there, because they may have got some things wrong, and there may be other things for us to learn that we can incorporate that would help us get food, clothing, and shelter better and advance who we are as a people. So I'm always looking for that, bro. I appreciate you coming through with the questions, man. There was some good, and I see you out there in nature, man. I like that, bro. Appreciate you. Black Mills, we had a good high level conversation.
Yeah. But I just want to remind you, because I've been jumping on the panel for a long time. I've been watching sa.neter for a long time. I'm the one who purchased the shoes from you the last time, you know.
Yeah, my man.
Remember from the islands, I still have your number.
Yeah. You sure did, man. Yeah, you got all. Yeah, man. I forgot. You spent money, man.
I got through, you know. That was good business. Give thanks to the economical link, you know, and the networking and trading, you know. Yeah.
That was good. Yeah, that was good business, man. I appreciate that, man. I'm glad we was able to pull that transaction off, yo. I'm glad you got what you spent your money for, bro.
And you didn't pull the scam on me, you know. Yeah, so I'm one of the witnesses, you know. Yeah, so yeah, respect.
Oh, scam them up. I had a fake shoes. Thanks for that, man. I appreciate it, man. It's good to see your face, man. I appreciate that love, man. That support, yo. Help me, you know, in my journey to get here, man. People like you that didn't just talk the talk, but actually walk the walk, man. We could do that international business, man. I appreciate that, bro. All based on trust. Like that. Appreciate you. All right. Elder Suntan, what's good, man? What's on your mind, man? Don't throw us the hook.
You know you got a hook coming.
I don't know why. You're gonna get beat up.
I mean, you know, I'm big as here. I appreciate, you know, your teaching, your premise is also correct. But I would say this to you, just to critique. You gotta become a more a more humbling teacher. Because what you do is you make a premise and people judge you for that when you actually innocent because you're only trying to convert the truth. But the way you say it is the way that makes stars a fight, I just say. You know what I'm saying? So you're going to grow in grace as you go because you're not off on your academics, right? However, just the way that you present your academics, man, because like you would make a statement like, okay, they did this and the European did that and they got to the moon. What about that? See, you leaving out you're making a cultural mistake when you do that. And you want me to tell you how you're making a cultural mistake when you do that?
I'm listening.
Because the colonizers had stole all the resources and they made it able for them to have the tools to get where they needed to go. Mm-hmm. And the people who were suppressed and stigmatized, they was without though we had to do it all on our own. And when I say we, I just mean not by color, I mean by resources and finances. That's what
all right, stop right there. Got you. So let's say this then. But do you know why I make statements like that? No. I make the statement because people are forcing, watch this now, that's coming off the back of people forcing the ancient ones to have science, right? So if you force them to have science, there are consequences to your statement. There are repercussions to them having science. So if they had science for 6,000 years, bro, like people is claiming, yo, and only thing they can do with it, like Hercules say, is balance my yacht, and white people got science for less than 300 years, and they put people on the moon, it's either those indigenous people that had science was dumb as rocks, right? Or they actually didn't have what you claim they had. Because if they did, they would have went to the moon. They wouldn't just balance some religious text. That's why I make that statement. I'm being funny. I'm trying to make you responsible in statements you make. There's a certain level of responsibility. You get it? There's a certain level of responsibility.
Let's have a back and forth. Now, when you say that, you're not misleading, but you're leaving out the point of you're not misleading, but you're leaving out specific points. You said they had it for so long, right? But you understand that, and you say this yourself, science is counterintuitive. Back then, they didn't have neither the materials or the resources that's up to date. Now you can't compare those two things. And then, you should know this better than any person. Science is a nuanced word. It's not just science. And see, that's where you pick another fight at, because it's different types of sciences. Science is a nuanced word, and I'm going to say it again, because there's all kinds of different sciences, right? So when you say they don't know science, then that picks a fight, because the highest intellectual person would want to beg to differ. Listen now, because you're ready to talk. They ready to beg to differ.
I just said, man. I said,
No, okay. Anyway, they beg to differ because you picking a fight for the simple fact that it's four or five different, even more nuances of science. It's different sciences. So if you were to just say they didn't have modern science back then in antiquity, nobody could fight you. You say they don't have science. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Can you? That's it.
I see what you're saying. You got to blame Reggie for that, though. You can't blame me.
I'm blaming you because let me blame you. Let me blame you because you listen. You are a qualified, I believe, teacher in your field. You don't need I'll put you. Listen, I'm not going to even put you up real high, but I'm going to use this example. I'm going to use this example. Malcolm X was really, really smart, and he beat up the people with the degrees and things that you talking about. So that don't mean you got to have that paperwork to do that, Unc. You got your natural intellect and your natural studies that make you stand above the people that try to come against you without calling me pseudos.
All right, freeze it. This was the presentation that started it all. Right? So you can't tell me how I use the word science. You got to tell me.
I'm not telling you anything.
I'm showing you what I did. What I did was I did this, right? And Reggie threw y'all in this wild, crazy spin. I said global timeline. Watch this. Global timeline. So now I'm thinking y'all processing this. There's a timeline to get to this point. What does that mean? I said global timeline from indigenous knowledge to modern science. This my presentation, bro.
Oh, okay.
Niggas could have took a screenshot if they wanted to, but they didn't. They wanted to argue through their ignorance. Next words was the cumulative development of scientific through across civilizations. Scientific thought across, bro, civilizations. Look.
No, hey, you got the bullet right there. The bullet point is right there when you got modern. Turn it back to the first one. Turn it back to the first one. That's your bullet point right there. The knowledge to modern science.
Nobody, listen to me. Now let me finish.
I understand where you're coming from, man. You teach
I'm gonna stop at this slide. I'm gonna stop right here at this slide because I only got 3 or 4 of them because I don't do hundreds. But I said the evolution of scientific thought, a journey from ancient wisdom, right, to modern understanding. So at this point, nobody should be messing with me. Do you know why they mess with me? Because they actually think that those people had modern science.
No,
they actually think that they do. Why? What's the argument then? There is no argument.
Because you said science.
Hey, Suntan, let me finish. Suntan, I'm not doing this with you.
Well, all right, man. You know
now
you
watch
can't
this.
be wrong.
Watch this. Right. I can't be wrong.
Correct.
Now, I said indigenous knowledge from 350,000 years, even up to date form, to 3000 BCE. Now, any astute student of history knows what the hell is going on at 3000 BCE. You're in those time periods of what, yo? The Neolithic Revolution, bro. Right? And it culminates with writing systems and stuff. I said early practical knowledge, astronomical observation, and agricultural calendars across diverse cultures. Come on, bro.
I mean, you know, let me just cut you real quick.
No, you don't. I got 2 more points to make, bro.
I mean, I didn't see this, man. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
you keep trying to explain.
I'm not saying what you
I didn't even see.
I'm not talking to you. This is a show.
All right.
There are 200 people watching. I'm not saying you said anything. I'm not saying you said anything.
Yeah. All
this
right.
is for us. This is for our nutriment as intelligent humans. Relax. It's not against you. It said, then I hit you with proto-scientific traditions. It's nothing wrong with this. Reggie did a whole show on ain't no such thing as proto-science. Is going against indigenous people. It's not. At least I didn't do it that way. I said emergence of structured diagnosis, astronomical predictions, and rational explanations for early civilizations. Simple. Classical scientific expansion, 500 to 1500 CE. The Islamic Golden Age. I talk about the House of Wisdom all the time. You talk about the Moors going to Spain. All this got something to do with that. The advanced knowledge in optics, algebra, and medicine. Advanced knowledge. They're moving forward based off of this early 350,000 year traditions. Scientific revolution, systematic empirical investigation, experimentation, and mathematical laws define a new era in discovery. Yeah, by then, they bumped into the Americas. Remember, y'all? Remember how important that piece was? And we end right here. Modern science, 1700 to present. Institutionalized. So they got institutions based off of inquiry. They have institutions based off of saying you don't know what you're talking about on every damn thing, of questioning every single thing. It's not biblical based. It's not Egyptian based. It's not Chinese based. You mistakenly think it's European based because you can't get out of your own head. But it's based in new fields, global. You got to know the whole globe. You got to be able to travel to the whole globe, collaboration, and peer review. That's it, bro. I don't got to sit here and fight y'all. It's fun. It's interesting. It makes for good banter, great back and forth. It does. But Reggie did this to y'all. Reggie said, no proto-science. So now you make me take it off the table. Now what?
I'm saying this right here, brother.
Yeah, and I'm moving forward.
What Reggie did is what Reggie did.
Right. But he keep talking about Western country because he can't get out of his own head. He cannot live in a world where black people didn't do something. That's the problem. And most black people can't live in a world they think white people did everything. The two forces come together to form wild racism and wild black ideology that confuses everybody to the point where these people enslave 12 million indigenous African people based off their bias, and they claim themselves to have science and couldn't even apply it to the situation, though they was wild. They threw tomatoes at Charles Darwin. Anyway.
All right.
I ain't got time for it.
Like I said, man, you know, you good teacher, man. Your facts is good, but you pick fights and you stay with them because they unnecessary. It's a non sequitur. We know what science is. We know the definition of science.
No, we don't.
Right?
No, we don't.
It's a difference between science and modern science. One is more up to date.
No, it's not. You made that up.
It is. Now you stepping on your own toe.
No, I'm not. There's a difference between proto-science and modern science.
Of course.
There's a difference. All right, then. What's the difference? We should learn the difference when we talking to our family members.
Okay, see now, I understand what you're saying.
That's all I'm saying, bro. No, nobody walks around the world and call everything. Hold on. No intelligent African Americans, Black Americans, cowboy and Indian, black people, whatever the hell you think you is. If you think you're intelligent, run around here calling cooking science, they're laughing at you. Why send your kids to school to get laughed at? My daddy say the cooking is science. My daddy say that the way I moved out the way is science. My daddy say that the fact that I had some plants at 80 was science. Really, dude? Yo, you get beat up around my kids. Yo, they be ready to fight my kids. You hear me? Yo, Lord knows, don't let them be around some white boys that grew up in a household with the magazines on the damn thing, the Journal of Science, and y'all got Diop's book, talk crazy. You gonna be like, yo, he racist. You gonna be ready to kill a white boy. But have an intelligently raised child that understands African history, not through the eyes of Phil Valentine, the pseudo, or confuse you, James Small, but have accuracy in philosophical thought from Africa, accuracy in understanding Greek philosophers, the Persian philosophy, China, and all that. Had that type of kid run up against any of them, he gonna bludgeon them.
You left one out. Where the black philosophers?
I just said it.
Who?
African philosophy.
Name one.
What you talking about?
Name one. I just asked you to name.
I am Hotep is a philosopher. He has philosophical ideas.
What was hard about that?
You got indigenous Africans in West Africa that, and you know what I'm saying, during golden ages that Ahmed Baba. Come on, bro, don't give me Ahmed Baba. You ever heard of Ahmed Baba?
All I asked you was a small
Al-Jahid.
You named the
five
other.
of them now. I just named five.
Okay.
You got African Americans that promote philosophical thought. You got masterminds like Diop's and them, John Jackson, Hubert Harrison. Come on, bro, but that shit, but you can't. Them lenses is flawed, yo. What's going on?
They flawed. How about the other lenses? How about Aratus and them? Are they flawed?
No. I'm saying we can't. I'm saying you're flawed. If you need that, for you to understand, right? If you need that right there, yo, then
you don't get it, man.
No. Listen. I want to show you what the level is.
Yeah.
White people, they don't give a damn at the end of the day about a Chinese person, a black person. If what you got is right, they're gonna take it. The Egyptians didn't give a damn on if you was Asiatic, right, or the Hittites. If it was right, they took it. Simple as that, bro. And I'm saying it's a low level thought. If you need everything black for you to flourish and move forward, that means you can't do it. You can't make it, bro. The world is not. Let me move on to Sam. What's up, Sam?
Yeah,
how
go
you
ahead,
Sam,
you stuck, bro.
I'm not stuck. You stuck. You think?
No, I'm not.
I'm saying
you like it wasn't no scientific hypocrisy.
All right, man, I don't even know what you're talking about.
I know you don't.
So wait. So could we have a conversation on that though? Hold on. Could we have a conversation on that though?
Anytime.
Right. So you don't know about scientific racism?
Of course, that's what I'm trying to tell.
I know, but hold on. Let me show you why. Let me show you why you promote 1950 ideas.
I'm not promoting anything.
Yes, you are.
Dude, yeah. I'm saying we should care about the people.
No, I'm saying I care more about
what I'm thinking. I'm older than you.
Elder Santan, I have the facts. So
no, this is Reggie, what you're not gonna do, Reggie, is run your fat mouth. Interrupt everybody on purpose. No, it's running this fat mouth. I can call on Reggie.
Don't do that.
No, hold on. I'm not a suntan. I'm not listening to you, nor am I listening to Reggie. Reggie, cut in. He doesn't have to do that.
What you mean you ain't listening to me?
No, you don't gotta holler out elder suntan, nothing. Be quiet like everybody else. I'm going to be quiet when you speak. I'm not going to let you talk me to death. I'm not going to let suntan continue to talk me to death. I'm not going to let Cedric talk me to death. Nobody's going to talk me to death. What we're going to do is we're going to have a high-level conversation here. That means no talking each other to death. Now, I'm the teacher right now, and I have a fact to give y'all. I know what I'm doing, okay? Reggie derailed the whole conversation. He did that. You should ask him, suntan, with the same banter. Say, Reggie, why you start acting like pseudoscience was being applied wrong? Applied it right. He didn't use it as a way of downplaying anybody. Why'd you do that to him, Reggie? You should ask that nigga that. But you're not. So let me give you, let me show you this right here.
I'm a nigga. Okay.
I apologize.
Okay. You call me anything, right?
Yep.
Reggie. That's where we going, right? Okay.
I apologize. We're already there, Reggie. You just don't know. We're already there, bro.
No, I never called you no name. I never called you a name.
I said
we ain't there.
What I said was I apologize for using the word Negro or nigga to you. I call everybody a nigga. I didn't mean it that way, and I'm not apologizing again because I did it once too many now. So you either accept it or leave like you normally run. Make your mind up, Reggie. But whatever you say out your mouth going forward, bro, it better be super tight because I am embarrassed by you. You don't understand STEM, and you're the one human being around us that was with Dr. Ben, John, and all of them, and nigga, you don't know STEM? Bro, I'm ferocious, yo. So I'm trying to be best I can, Reggie, that you would actually mix these people up and act like technology is goddamn science. The fact that you would do that, Reggie, and you're the most qualified with a degree in STEAM, but yet you would do this to me and do this to the people, bro. I don't understand it, Reggie, and I don't gotta hold back. What I will do is that you talk after I show this daggone screen. That's what I will do. I will do this. And nobody can save your ass. Not sa.neter, not nobody. Now, scientific racism.
Hey, yo!
Reggie! You yelling and screaming right now. Hey, sa.neter, don't do it, bro.
Hold up. Reggie, I told you in order to take care of this.
Holding. We can't take care of nothing because the man don't. I'm not having a debate with a grown man who don't know STEM, but yet has a degree in STEM.
Reggie knows STEM?
He does not. He does not.
Oh, come on.
Let me finish my point. My ass. Now y'all got me hot. Don't me right now. Reggie will not come on here and say, you know what, yo, technology do predate science. He won't say it. He won't because it would then make him be wrong. So scientific racism. This is what you're talking about, suntan. Sometimes termed biological racism is what, yo? It's a pseudoscientific belief that human species is divided in biological distinct taxa called races, and that empirical evidence exists to support or justify racial discrimination, racial inferiority, or racial superiority. It's pseudoscientific, bro. I've been teaching this from day one. So don't tell me about none of that. About, oh, yo, you ain't talking about this. Yes, I do. I started with scientific racism. It's pseudoscience. So I'm done with that. Next person, do you want to speak? I've called your name. I can't say your name. Sam Gurajo. Do you want to talk about that? Come on with that, sir. Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
Hey, yo, man.
I'm trying to promote a debate that's not going to never happen because the brother don't know STEM.
I'm not promoting no debate.
What you trying to promote?
My man Cedric is looking serious right now, and Cedric.
But I don't need you right now, sir. I swear.
I just want to make this point, and I'm out of here. And Cedric, y'all gonna stop bullying people up in here, man.
So what?
Y'all gonna stop being bullies.
I want to be like you.
Y'all gonna stop trying to beat people up, especially Dr. Reggie, who are qualified to go up in here and teach hard. Yeah, so y'all gonna stop this, man.
Whatever. You mess them up. Mess them up.
Because we can do Unc and Cedric versus Reggie, and you already know who I'm talking about. Morpheus. Y'all don't want that smoke, man.
Listen, bro.
Unc and Cedric versus Morpheus and Reggie. Y'all don't want that smoke, man. Y'all gonna stop banging on my brother Reggie, man.
All right, okay.
I'm gonna stop this, man. I'm out of here.
Yeah, all right. So go ahead. Where you at? I can't even say your name. Sam Mukojo. Go ahead. How you say your name?
Samora Kojo. Samora Kojo.
Samora Kojo. How you doing, brother? What's on your mind?
Yeah. Now I hear you speak about science, and you're talking about proto-science and modern science and all these kinds of jargons that you're using when it comes to science, like science is English. But I'm just trying. I'm a bit confused because you always seem to leave out the Tartarian science, basically, because you're saying that the African science wasn't progressive, and now the European science is progressive because they're sending people to the moon and this and that and the other, and they're doing this and that. But what you fail to understand is that science, the antiquity science that Santam was talking about, was higher, because the evidence is right there. When you look around us, we see that the science they was doing was much more sophisticated and much more delicate and higher than what is happening today, basically. So I don't understand what your point is when you keep saying, oh, we got to be scientific and we got to do this and do that. But I mean, I'll let you explain that. And yeah.
I never said none of what you said. That's disingenuous. I'm the one that say they didn't have science. You're the one that keeps saying they had science. So I'm the one that actually understands that they can manipulate their ecology, transmit ideas empirically, worship their gods and their deities, and live happily ever after for 350,000 years. You're the one saying they need to be scientific to do all that. You're the one looking through the lenses of white glasses, not me, bro. There you have it. You putting the emphasis on science, not me. There you go. I think traditional Africans did the damn thing to the point where the foundations of Greece and European societies are laid, where the Mediterranean is actually indigenous African accomplishment mixing with Western Asia is a foundation of Western culture, literature, and science. I'm saying that, not y'all. Y'all think they need something that they didn't need. I can't help you understand that, bro. I said none of what you said. You've mistakenly said what I didn't say and misunderstood what I did say. Simple as that. What's up, Cedric? And then we got Reggie.
Good. I'm here because Reggie can't kick me off the panel today, and anytime he opens his mouth and talks some nonsense,
hold on. This is what we got to do. I already bang light, right? So both of us, they're gonna say, yo, we jumping them. We're not doing that. So you got to tone it down. Give us the professional. I went to the damn line and put my toe over it on purpose because I want to hear what Reggie got to say. So we both can't make him. I don't want to make this conversation about me, you, and Reggie.
So I'm gonna put the boundaries on the conversation real hard.
Go ahead.
Methodological naturalism is science, period. That is a systematic approach to understanding the natural world. Prior to that, everything is indigenous knowledge. It is simple. There's a hard cutoff line because it required a paradigm shift, a different way of thinking about the data that was collected all over the world. Period. So we are not doing the dance. We're not playing with the words. We're not going down the rabbit hole. I'm going to stick to the academic rigor because most of y'all don't have the maturity nor the background to engage in this conversation with honesty. Methodological naturalism is science, not modern science, not anything else, plain science. Ancient knowledge is ancient knowledge. When you're reading these documents and they're using the colloquial term intertwined with the actual scientific definition, a scammer and a flim-flammer is going to use that against you and have you running around chasing your tail looking like idiots. Science is methodological naturalism, a systematic way of understanding the natural world. The empiricism of the elders, the empiricism of the ancients is the foundation for science. Without that empirical knowledge collected, right, and empirically passed on generation to generation, humanity wouldn't have existed, nor would the foundation for science, methodological naturalism, be established. And if anyone is authority on the panel in this conversation, it is me. So if your qualifications isn't in natural sciences, then you're not qualified to speak nor write abstracts.
Okay, now Shit, you talk close to 2 minutes, bro. All right. I started the clock. All right. So Reggie, you got 2 minutes, bro. I'm not gonna ask you no questions. I'm not gonna be rude, right? Because you've been my brother from day one. I appreciate everything you've done. But right here, yo, I gotta draw the line, yo. This is where we fight at. So go ahead, brother.
Okay, sure. Okay, so the terms that you use, proto-science, pre-science, we have yet to see a definition, or who's coding it besides you. We have yet to see that. You use terms that you're using, but we don't actually see it in the modern age. So where you want to say that there's modern science, that's fine, but at the same time, we don't see you showing any direct quotes to proto-science when we know the definition of science, which is the root word is knowledge. And so we've never seen a quote from you. We see you talk about it, and that's fine. So Louis Lam, who's a Chinese physicist, he says, for example, Thales of 2,600 years ago is recognized as the father of science. But the word science was introduced in the 14th century, only in the 14th century. And so it's obvious wrong if science is understood as modern science only. So which started with Galileo about 400 years ago. So why don't we just do some logics, right? Thales of 2,600 years is the father of science, right? That's 26 years ago. But the word science itself was only introduced in 14th century. So it's obvious that someone is wrong about what is science and what is not. And that is you. And that's you, right? So if we could go to Albert Einstein, right? He says the development of another word, Western science, is based on two great achievements: the invention of the formal logical system, right, by the Greek philosophers, and the discovery of the possibility to find out causal relationships by systemic experiment during the Renaissance. So now they put science in the Renaissance. So the problem is everyone else can backtrack science, but you can't backtrack science to Africa and Egypt. So I rest because I only got 2 minutes, and I only needed 2 minutes. You have to give me a formal paper with proto-science and pre-science. A formal paper.
Time.
I knew you was going to do that. Listen,
time.
Back and forth. There ain't no
you
time.
Had damn near 3
I'm
minutes.
the only person that you give time to. No problem. No problem.
Time.
No problem.
Here's your time right here, yo. You're the only one that spoke for this long.
Yeah. Okay.
Spoke for this long, bro. Hold on. We can now. You've got it all out. Now we can have a back and forth and have this conversation, right? So I heard you throw out stuff, right? I would like to focus in on the father of something, right? What is meant in science when they call somebody the father of something? We're listening, Reggie. Because if you mess this up, you messed up everything you said. Go ahead, Reggie. What is meant? Do you know? If you don't know, it's fine because we're here to learn. What is meant by that?
In a particular time period.
No, period.
No, because there are in particular time periods. Right? So you want to interrupt everything I say? Do you want to interrupt everything I say? So the answer is
Reggie, I'm trying to ignore you. I'm not saying anything, bro. I haven't said anything.
No problem. Ladies and gentlemen,
Reggie,
ladies and gentlemen, you trying to ignore me?
No, Reggie, I'm saying that I wasn't saying anything. That was your man eating the peanuts or something. I don't know what it was. I didn't actually say anything. I was listening to your answer. It was the chair squeak. You jumpy. I didn't open my mouth, bro. I didn't interrupt.
You got some issues.
Hey, Reggie, that's Jabbar. You messing with him. I get it. Go ahead, Reggie. Start over again.
No,
No,
I'll
no.
get a wheelchair for him. I don't. He ain't messing with me. I'm gonna push a wheelchair over there, right?
Go ahead, Reggie. Answer.
So Europeans put themselves as fathers of everything. So if it's a father of mathematics, a father of science, it's still the Western Europeans that do that because they have a paternal. That's how they think. They're constructed. They have to be male oriented, and they have to be white, and they have to be Western, and they become father like God. That's my simple answer. And they do this all the time. So they start any subject. They start with themselves. We don't have to go. We don't have to go further with that. That's that. Anytime you hear father, it's Western because that's how they think, and that's how you think.
That's your answer? That's how white people think?
Yes, it's Western.
Come on, man. So why use it then? Why you use the African thing?
Oh, I don't use father, and no one. And
what do you use? What do you use to be coherent?
I agree with Reggie.
I know you do.
Yeah. Well, that's not the way I teach.
Why use science though? See?
Oh, because I got a degree in science.
No, you don't. You don't got to use science. You don't got to use father. You don't got to use science, and that's my confusion. Just use what the indigenous people to use. We respect that more.
No,
seriously, brother.
So give me a quote on proto-science.
Man, I don't even know what you're talking about. That's an incoherent idea you throwing out there. Like,
no, I want you used it.
I don't know. Give me a quote. I explained what it was.
No, I don't want your explanation. I don't believe you.
Okay, well, yeah, I don't need you to believe me.
Okay.
I want to deal with the father. Mm-hmm. Okay. So, often discoveries and innovations are the work of multiple people, resulting from continual improvements over time. However, certain individuals are remembered for making significant contributions to the birth or development of a field of technology. These individuals may often be described as the father or mothers of a particular field in innovation. Also, I'm going to show you this list, right, of founding father, founding mothers of scientific fields. Such people are generally regarded to have made the first significant contribution to and or the alienation of the field. They may also be seen as rather than the father or mother of a field. Debate over who merits the title can be a continual thing that we go through around here. And I know it is, right? I'm telling you that there are people that talked about evolution before Charles Darwin. I'm saying Nile Valley Africans talked about things transforming over time. It wasn't biological, but that idea was there. I'm telling you that the Greeks talked about different ideas around evolution. I'm telling you that Al-Jahid, he wrote a 7-volume encyclopedia. This is his grandfather's Ethiopian, right? Ahmed Baba, West African. I'm saying these ideas, you got Muslims that talked about evolution. So all these people predate Charles Darwin. So then why the hell did they call Charles Darwin the father of evolution? Reggie will have you feed into ignorant understanding of the subject. They're not saying that Charles Darwin is the father of evolution because he's the first person to bring it up, or he's the oldest person to bring it up. That's what he's a white person that brought it up. They use him because he actually identified a mechanism that would create and move the field forward. That's why. Why ain't this man saying that? Ain't got nothing to do with being white. Because they definitely tell you that Imhotep is the father of medicine. So if that was that wild, why they go to Africa for that? Yeah, you witness against yourself when you really define words for real and you really delineate different things and really had a real conversation. Don't wear your black glasses right now. Have an open mind to what I am saying. I don't got to say I'm right. I'm simply saying that I don't need to play the black card in a situation because the experts clearly tell you. They clearly talk about indigenous Africans bringing quote unquote violation to the Americas. It's how's what I know about it. I make this statement. I say, this knowledge and information is in a secret vault called the library. You'll hear people write whole books on what they didn't tell us, what they didn't tell us. No, but they talked about it in the university. It's your job to go to the university and highlight it. It's your job because it's there. But to lie and act like it's not there, because it is. That's what scientists and doctors actually love to do. They actually like to give credit to their predecessors. This is the honor of being a scientist. Not to say all of them do it, but this is the field. It's built into the tradition. No matter what color they are. You can read that last time America went to the moon. You clearly got the sisters that did it. Catherine, she's one of them. She did the launch window, which is serious, right? You got the other sister that actually programmed the IBM computer that actually allowed all these things to happen. But they act like they hit it, right? If the movie's called Hidden Figures, it's simply saying it's hidden based off of your knowledge of being able to get it. This is what we bring to the community as tools. Okay? So, Cedric, you want to add something? Then we can get back to Reggie again.
Yes, I want to add, it is what you saw was disingenuous misinformation because they are fathers and mothers of everything. Madame Curie, for example, comes to mind in my field because I'm actually in the science field. So you get an appeal to your emotion by making a misinformation statement, which Reggie wasn't even able to quantify why certain individuals are the parents of. This is the scamming we're talking about. And I'm going to repeat it every time I come off this mic. Science is methodological naturalism, but we can talk about the science of cooking, which means the knowledge of cooking. So when Reggie is flim-flamming y'all with these words and up here claiming to have a degree, he's being disingenuous again. That's why of all the people, Reggie should know better.
Go ahead, Reggie.
Okay.
I heard you about me quoting pro signs. All right, whatever. But go ahead, bro.
Another quote from Jeffrey Lloyd.
All right, go ahead.
If we are tempted to say that nothing before the so-called scientific revolution counts as science, my favorite example to give us pause, including the following: ancient Babylon, and then later ancient Chinese and Greek eclipse predictions, Greek and Chinese attempts to determine the size and shape of the earth, ancient indigenous modern understanding of the therapeutic properties of plants and mineral remedies, ancient and indigenous modern understanding of animal behavior, of animal reproduction, and of the classification of both animals and plants. So I know now when I have to deal with you, I will quote you to death and you will talk me to death.
Let me go to these super chats real quick. Chuck, man, appreciate for the super chat, Chuck. So I never read the email. We also got the real baby Chad. Hold on. Hold on, bro. I'm reading the super chat. I can hear you. Wiki traditional ecological knowledge. Okay. Then ask Google or ChatGPT tech. Yeah. Tech science. TE traditional ecological knowledge. Yep. We went over that. That's what we call it. Reggie say, okay, no proto science. We say good. Tech. Traditional ecological knowledge. No problem. Yeah, I'm with that. And that was serious. But my question to y'all gentlemen is, why has gotta be science? It exists in an environment before the word. It exists in an environment of actually manipulating that ecology. Why y'all so stuck on science at this point? Why can't it be named traditional ecological knowledge, wisdom, spiritual system? Why can't they have their gods? Why can't they think that the causal agency behind why plants grow is God? Why not? Why can't they do that? Why y'all want to take that away from them? Science takes that away from them. Science does not allow you to add in your traditional custom and traditions. It don't care about your traditions. It don't care about your gods. It's stale to that point. It doesn't want to hear nobody gods. Why y'all want to take that away from traditional people? They ain't even thinking like that. Right now, if we go to the oldest populations on earth, they're going to look at you like you crazy if you say the gods or whatever they think ain't it. Go ahead, Black Mill. You wanted to say something?
I kind of wanted to ask Cedric the same question I asked you, not undermining you, but just to hear his response on the whole procession of the equinoxes being part of a scientific method. I was just asking because it's something like Ankh said, which I agree with, it's something that's been around for a long time, you know, and I know astronomy is like classified as science, not astrology, but astronomy, right?
Yeah,
And
astronomy,
then
yeah.
I don't know if I could ask one last question, to just put one more question on it, Cedric, if you don't mind. And on the aspect of being an amateur or like a common person, I wouldn't even say the amateur or put them together, but whether it's the common or the average person and amateur, like having a phasis or fury, how would like for instance, I'm seeing something all the time and I suspect something from, you know, my own observation, because science, all that is part of science. And I wanted to, you know, go through the whole scientific method. So how I'm going to go through a hypothesis? Where do I have to go to do that? I'm just asking.
When you actually
Hold on one second. Then I want actually Reggie to actually answer that question too. I want y'all to hear the range of perspectives on it. Go ahead, Cedric, and then Reggie, make sure you answer that question. Go ahead.
There is a simple process in how you establish a hypothesis. It's either based on a phenomena that you observe that you want to explain what is happening, how it's happening, why it's happening. You develop a hypothesis which will lead to experimentation to falsify your hypothesis. So if your hypothesis says water is going to boil at 100 degrees, you are going at 40 degrees, you're going to execute a test by thermal injection, and you're going to see at 40 degrees, water doesn't boil, falsify. And that's a simple process. But in the modern world, this world, it requires a certain level of prerequisites. So in any particular field, you are required to go through a series of steps, which includes obtaining bachelor's. Master's is where you start to explore hypotheses, and at the PhD level is where you really get into the actual nitty-gritty, the mechanisms and the mechanistic part of it. In that area of the PhD is where new information is added to the body of knowledge that we, the general population, have. A lot of science, a lot of what comes out of science is either added to the body of knowledge, or it is developed, or it is used to develop technologies to advance human civilization or our collective knowledge again. So that is a vicious circle. But in all sense, a prerequisite of academia in the particular field is a requirement to actually produce a work that will be then peer reviewed and so forth and so on and so on.
Mm-hmm. All right, go ahead, Reggie. Go ahead. Hold on. Yeah, you can keep going. Go ahead, Reggie. Do you need the question?
The first question,
No.
you forgot the first question.
I know the question.
Procession of the equinox, Cedric. On the procession of the equinox, just now before Reggie goes, pardon I, Reggie.
That is what, like Tom said, that is observation.
Yeah, the Greeks did that though. Yeah. Just for the record, the Greeks did that.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
It is high level, empirical, and systematic approach to collecting data. However, when I talk about methodological naturalism, the end objective, the how, the why, the who, once those questions aren't being asked, it is empirical, but not yet science. And this field is an excellent field to identify proto, because these steps are continuously used even when the paradigm shift, the why was interjected into the equation.
Okay. So, what these guys, well, not more so Ankh tries to prove his point, but the other guy, all he does is talk, and you can never understand anything that he's saying, right? You really can't. He thinks that we're understanding. You can never understand what Cedric is saying, right? Okay. So, and it's just the truth, right?
You just disqualified yourself from the conversation. That means I'm going over your head.
That's crazy, man. Go ahead. Let Reggie get his off, yo. I threw shots. Let Reggie throw shots.
You should be able to teach in any grade.
right? Anybody past fourth grade, fifth grade should be able to understand some of the things that you say. We don't understand anything. That's why you run around with parakeets.
They sound like Touche Turtle.
Okay, so anybody who's running around and got birds on their shoulders on a show talking about science, right, has a mental problem, has a coping problem. So, ancient civilizations, what they did is every part of what you call scientific thinking, they engaged in every part, right? And what happens is later on, people culminate the parts when they're actually talking about what should we do in the teaching environment, right? So they have another observation. Why? All these ancient people and all these Greek people and all these other people were doing these particular things, and ultimately, they ultimately say, well, this is what we're going to call the scientific method, right? When we can identify all of the elements of it. However, what the problem is that these the people that we're talking to, or at least I'm having Uncle's my dude. I just don't know why he's taking on I just don't know why he's doing this, right? Because I can show examples, I can show ancient examples where they are asking the why question, while they're forming hypotheses, while they're finding out it don't work, right? You can look at the Ebers papyrus. You can look at the Ren mathematical papyrus. You can actually find, I can actually find actual examples. On this show, you hear a lot of talk, and what I would rather do is quote, right? That's what I'd rather do, right? So if you want to say, if you see someone suffering, right, that's a question. That is a question in ancient Egyptian, in the sa.neter, right? From mucus, right? You could actually look that up. You could see them questioning and trying to find the why. In the Ren mathematical papyrus, they solve the equation for the unknown number. They actually do that. Now, we can find it also in Greek, right? My only problem is, where can Ankh and the parakeet guy find it? They talk, but I can show you examples. So I think I'm going to do a show myself on this, because I don't want to be, how can I say, I don't want to be pushed up against the wall and have to explain really simple things. And then I got a parakeet guy who's struggling in his chair for some reason, insulting me. So then I have to insult him back. And I'm not a person that just insults people. Everybody knows that, unless you push me, right? And you know what? And you have not seen me insult Ankh. No, I always think that Ankh is a good opponent in most of the things, right? So I don't need to insult him.
So I think that's about 2 minutes. My turn. First of all, Reggie is doing a classic appeal to authority. He's reading from authority figure, asking a question, but is not moving the bar. These questions, everything he explained you was indigenous traditional knowledge, which we always have acknowledged, which the scholarship acknowledged, which even when you're talking, they're talking about traditional science when they're using the word science colloquially to mean knowledge. However, nothing Reggie read, right, was void of the gods. It was not methodological naturalism. And that is simply what science is, methodological naturalism. Anything other is, yes, empirical. We keep saying it, and Reggie's keep doing the same thing. He's repeating what I'm saying, but framing it different and using an appeal to authority. What I'm standing on is because this is common knowledge. Anybody who understands the philosophy of science would not be arguing this. But Reggie's a fake scientist. He has a computer science degree, which is technology. I am in the biochemical field. This is what I do. So now, Reggie, you don't have the authority in this conversation. And obviously, I'm going to keep repeating methodological naturalism because that concept, which makes science is going over your head. You're accustomed to having colloquial conversations, and the level this conversation is being supposed to be had at is too high for you. And yes, you know what skill it takes to train parakeets and birds? Parakeets and dogs? You don't have that. All you do is yap, and you're so weak. All you got to do is appeal to authority. appeal to authority when none of those individuals moves the consensus. Again, more flim-flamming. Stop it, Reggie. You're not on my level. And every time you come out your mouth, I'm going to keep busting your ass. You know why? I came on that show to have a sincere discussion with you, and you behave like an immature prick. So from that moment, it's on forever. And I'm going to spank you because you've been pseudo. King's Monologue, Cammy Verse, you've been pseudo, Reggie. And it's about time you get exposed. The skin map, your ignorance has always been on display. And we have always held the hand over Brother Reggie's head because he's good people. No more, Reggie. Not in this subject. You need to stand down because you're not qualified. Period. And I'm going to continue to play with my bud, and you're going to remain a pseudo psychologist.
I don't think you guys answered the Rasmus question. You know?
The views.
I don't think you guys, either of you guys,
the views that are being expressed is not shared by the host. It's by individuals doing their thing.
Me.
I agree with all of it.
This clown gonna get it now because he came at me wrong and his gloves off, and he doesn't have the skill nor the capacity to deal with me. He can't even understand what methodological naturalism is, and he's
I got to meet you out. You're out of control. You're losing control. You're losing. Come on. We're having an intellectual conversation. I would like to ask Reggie this comment. I would like to ask Reggie this. Yeah. Reggie, what came first in STEM? The acronym is science, technology, engineering, and math. Does tool making predate science, or does science predate tool making? Which one?
Okay, answer that, and then can I say?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. So we're primordial man, early man. What we find about them is not their writing. We find their tools. So the first thing that we find is we don't know about them. We find their tools, and the tools show us technology, right? Mm-hmm. And then when we find further tools, right, and we find progressions, then we ask ourselves if there's any knowledge of what they're doing, right? So knowledge begets science, but the answer to your question is we find technology first, and then we ask a question about knowledge, which leads to science. So
say that again. Repeat that.
We find in the archaeological record, we find tools first, so that tools show us technology. Then we look at a progression of their tool making, right? How they're making better spears, how they encounter the bow. Then we ask the question about knowledge, and knowledge begets science. So the answer to the question is we find technology first, and then the knowledge, which is science. Now, okay. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. So the other issue is we claim that we claim that science is devoid of spookism, right? We claim that in the modern science, right? So everybody, we claim that that modern science doesn't deal with any spookism, but yet we have Albert Einstein's spooky science at a distance, right? Yet we have the Higgs boson, the God particle, right? Yet we have the Big Bang, which just relates to Genesis. So science is still spooked out, but you don't understand how can I say, it's more sophisticated spooked outness, right? But the fact of the matter is a lot of our scientific terms, right? There's even the word revelation and resurrection in science. A lot of our scientific terms have still identity with the spooked out terms. But we say, no, we're going to discount the ancient Egyptians because they just merely mentioned Amun, right? Oh, Amun is there, so we're going to discount all the things that they did. But today, no, we're not talking about, wait, I'm talking. Why are you going to put up a screen while I'm talking?
Go ahead, keep talking. I ain't talking.
Yeah, but I'm not on the screen.
You don't got to be on the screen. We hear your voice.
Okay. So since I'm on a voice, proto-scientific traditions, 3000 BCE to 500 CE.
No,
Where's
go back
the source
there.
for that shit?
Go back there.
Indigenous knowledge,
You
300,000
did it.
BCE.
You just did it.
Where's the
You
source?
just said it. No, you just said it.
I want to see your source that
No, you the source, Reggie.
No, I'm not the source.
You are. You explained it.
I'm not the source. I'm not the source on your paper.
So no. Do you, Reggie? Do you agree?
No. Now
if you agree that technology came first, right? Then the technology came out of indigenous knowledge. You agree to that, Reggie? And you said it predates science. So you're just arguing over the time span.
It predated science.
Oh, so you flim-flammed us?
No.
So tools don't predate science now?
No.
We gotta take this off the screen.
The concept of technology.
Let me get back to you now.
I said the archaeological record.
What's the archaeological record?
Oh, tool making.
It's how we
because we can't talk to those people about what they know.
Right. So we
got black glasses on too, Unc.
So then we can't. Hold on. So then if it's not an archaeological record, right? Because we can find papyrus to tell you that man is moving towards scientific thinking. Right? But since we don't have it, then we ain't supposed to surmise nothing. We can only look at what they actually created. And based off what they created, it's actually tools that are beneficial to help them manipulate their environment. That's why I asked you the question, what came first?
Yeah.
Tools came first. Tools came before science. Why? Because science is not practical at that point in time at all. And I talked about earlier in the lecture of how even when they had science, they didn't know how to apply it. Didn't know what to apply it to. That's why I talked about scientific racism. Mm-hmm. So I'm saying that our ancestors, great ancestors, lived in an environment that would hold the teacher talking. You're next. Let me get my thought out. I'm teaching. See, I'm teaching right now. I'm teaching. I'm simply saying that philosophy was not important. Don't move Greek philosophy to the Stone Age. Move tool making to the Stone Age, where they mastered it. Okay, I'm in with that. Go ahead, go ahead, brother.
Yeah. I mean, you're starting from tool making and all these type of stuff. So are you saying that these guys built these architectural buildings with these tools that you're talking about, and horse and courage and all these type of things? Come on.
They don't got the horse and courage.
See stuff. You're talking about stuff that we observe stuff, and those buildings needed much more technology than what you guys are talking about.
Hey, scientific thinking, right? Hey, scientific thinking, right? Scientific thinking. They're starting to think scientifically. We can agree to that. We don't got to argue that.
Well, no, it's not thinking. They're already doing. It's practical.
Oh, no, you can see it. Go find it. No, you made it up. Knowledge. Nope. If you saying they got knowledge, I agree with you. No problem with that. Why got to be called scientific knowledge? Why can't it be indigenous Ghanaian knowledge? Reggie, you can put yourself back up. Why can't it be that? Why can't it be the juju knowledge? Why can't it be voodoo? Why it gotta be white boy science? I don't get it. I'm confused. Why can't it be juju? Juju. Medicine. Why can't it be that? Go ahead, Black Mill. You got the Jabari finger up. That's what Jabari did.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a next question about the periodic table, the chat. Before we had that periodic table, was it air, heat, and water? People were seen as the elements. I'm just asking. What was?
Go ahead, Cedric.
In traditional knowledge and in customs, you would hear in the Chinese philosophy as well, you would hear them speak about the four quote unquote elements, air, water, wind, and fire. In the most rudimentary sense, the ability to control fire, the harnessing of rain, use of wind to move river crafts, etc. You can understand how these were considered essential and elemental to human survival. But again, in a conversation about science, when you bring in those romanticized folkloric terms, it confuses someone like me. Because when I hear elements, I think in periodic table and that's science. So you see, I understand the context and the importance for people at a particular time, that whereby these things are fundamental. These are the elements, right? However, when we're talking science, when we talk about elements, and I say water, it's understanding and manipulating molecules like H2O with elements like hydrogen and oxygen. Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, and a while ago, I just wanted to do a small. Oh, is that brother speaking and we're not hearing him?
We can't hear you, my brother.
Yeah, we can hear him. Don't worry about him. We hear him loud and clear. Good, you're right. We hear him. Don't worry about it. Yeah, we hear you. Got you. Yep, I agree with you. Basically, I think most people under the yoke of colonialism have an inferiority complex. Did you actually think that what indigenous tribes, indigenous African nations that have developed city-states actually needed something from Europe to do it? That is, ladies and gentlemen, inferiority complex. Why else would you practice Christianity, Islam, and Judaism? Part of that is you feel like the traditional African spiritual system, or traditional African or traditional Amazonian systems, you think that is inferior to Jesus Christ. You actually think that you're born into sin, but you're only born into sin, they capping. It's based off of colonialism. Why else would an indigenous person from the Amazon basin get brought into what they call civilization when they actually leaving the damn civilization? Because civilization is based off what you decide to call it. We know this when we read the works of, quote unquote, Christopher Eric. He said, be careful when putting that tag. It's speculative, it's speculating. It's based off of a worldview. Your worldview is twisted at this point when you sitting here fighting me over science to the indigenous people. Why not learn the indigenous words, custom, and traditions that they did that help foster what would later on become the organized thing that we call science? Y'all don't want to do it because y'all feel like what they had is inferior. You think that human beings actually needed to go to the moon. Human beings actually don't need shoes, and they actually don't need to go to the moon. They don't actually need rockets. They don't actually need them. What they need is a constant food supply, good health to last, to make it to the age of reproduction, and stimulating of thought. That's what they need. They don't need science. Y'all just think they need science. Y'all hear me talking about it. But I started to hear that even though you hear me talking about it, you actually reject science, but you don't reject science. Now all of a sudden everybody loves science. Now all of a sudden everybody had a blessed man. No, you tell me the white man, the only one with a blessed man had science. I say, damn. I say Charles Darwin. He's a naturalist. All the hell with Charles Darwin. But I thought y'all liked science. So y'all really don't like science. You only like science when you think you can one-up me. But I got y'all. You know where I got y'all at? I got y'all talking about science. And some of y'all, not most of y'all, some of y'all gonna say, let me look at what this man is saying and say, damn. Traditional people did have empirical data and knowledge and wisdom system. Traditional people did have medicine. It just wasn't evidence-based. Does it need to be evidence-based in the Stone Age? Obviously not. Would it work better? Would it be more proficient? Of course it would be. But they didn't need it. Right now, my proof is right now, we have traditional African medicine. We have TEK right now. In Africa right now being used. 70 to 80%. Y'all can pull up the figures. Why not do that? Why not pull it up? Saying, trash. You don't know what we talk about. That traditional Africans on the continent of Africa practice traditional medicine more than evidence-based medicine. Because it's very expensive. It's not palatable for them. It's not practical for them. Right? They got medicine men with traditions that go way back to the Stone Age. Why ain't that respected?
But would you admit, as yeah?
Go ahead.
Can I ask a question, Uncle, again?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, I was just saying, and since said is that, would you say what modern day science did to some of these natural, like what we call in natural herbs or the herbalists, is like boost these natural whatever, whether it's iron or whatever the herbs have in them, you know, the minerals and whatever, and they boosted it into synthetic medicine. So it works like it's like an extra boost. You put a boost to whatever it is, your drink or whatever it is, and it's not really that the ancients didn't really understand, but modern day science kind of boosted it. Like maybe they advanced what we were doing before. Yeah, it's just
it added the next level to it, right? It told you why, right? So the ancients couldn't tell you why the medicine stopped working. They thought maybe it was the demon or omen. So we would give this particular herb to a person who had a particular sickness, and that particular plant may have had antibiotic principles to it, right? Like the Egyptians, the Nubians drank antibiotic beer. And so, of course, certain infections and pathogens are affected by antibiotics. We know that now. So, but they didn't know why. When we gave it to you the first 30 times, it worked. But when you gave it to you the 31st time, it stopped working. They didn't know why it worked, and they didn't know why it stopped working. Now, based off of scientific inquiry, based off the producing of the scientific theory of evolution, which they would not have had, now they can clearly make and clearly understand that the reason why the antibiotic plant, right, because that's where you get, antibiotics from. You get it from plants. You get it from what is it, Cedric? You get from mold and stuff like that. Penicillin.
Yeah, from fungus, from fungus and mold. Yeah.
Okay, so they didn't know why it was working, and then they didn't know why it would stop working because they did not have a comprehensive scientific theory of evolution and a comprehensive scientific theory of disease. So now we know why. We know why to the point where we can say on a YouTube show, we can say, well, the reason it stopped working because the pathogen that they was using it against, which they didn't know about no damn pathogen, they thought it was a spirit, right? They said now we know that the pathogen that we're using the antibiotics for, it has evolved, and now that particular bacteria has gotten resistant to it. Resistance. That's why they changed the poison in rats. Why did they change the poison in rats? Because your immune system can become resistant to it, and if you got 10 rats, you give them rat poison, 8 of them die. 2 of them got sick but didn't die. They will have some more rats that will develop a resistance to the rat poison. And now when you put the poison on the 10 rats, only 5 of them die. And then they have more babies, and you put the poison on the 10, only 1 of them die. And now they run around eating the damn poison like the Skittles. You don't know why though, right? In the ancient time. Now we know why. It's called resistant, meaning based off of the scientific theory of evolution, Charles Darwin, which is the foundation of evolutionary biology. Now we know that we're in the arms race against pathogens and disease, and that you could administer medicine that worked, and then a year later it stopped working because the bacteria and the pathogen has evolved to a strand that is resistant to the damn plants. The ancient people didn't know it. See? But that's okay. They didn't need to know it. They still was able to make it. Well, we're going to try another plant. And they tried another plant. And it worked. They still don't know why. That's my answer. Now, if y'all can't get that answer, replay it slow. It took a scientific theory. There's no scientific theory of evolution. There's no scientific theory of disease. They thought disease was an omen. They thought it was bad air from the swamps that caused disease, ladies and gentlemen. This is in the 1700s. Y'all making Europe too spectacular, bro. This is what I don't like. I don't like the fact that West Africans without science had something against smallpox with people with science, and all they could do was pour a wild-ass drink or say a Christian prayer while people was dying in the Americas during Boston, to the point where white people give credit to Onesimus as being one of the top Bostonians because he put high-level foundational medical treatment to a group of people who y'all think had science. Y'all tripping, man. Y'all white people in blackface, and I don't like it.
Well,
You're practicing
doesn't it
You're
play
practicing
into?
scientism, and you're feeling very, very marginalized. Not me. I'm feeling real good. I'm feeling real African indigenous centered right now. I'm feeling good, and y'all can't beat me. You know why you can't beat me? Because I've taken the time to understand the custom and traditions of ancient people. I've never studied Kemet. I studied civilizations before Kemet. Remember, that's my claim to fame. Pinnacle Point, Bloomblah's Cave, the Crucible Court. That's what I do. Remember? Y'all know me. God killer. What's going on, man? Talk to me there. I can't even say your name. What you need?
Samora Kojo.
So, brother Kunja, where you from, man?
I'm from Ghana.
Oh, so you think from Ghana? Don't make me get you.
Listen, doesn't that play what you're saying? Doesn't that play into the theme that basically the Africans were not actually from Africa, because the science that they developed was in Asia and in Europe, basically. And when they got persecuted out of those places and they went to Africa, obviously they encountered a new environment, new plants, new everything, which they did not know about, basically. So now they have to learn or relearn the new environment, basically.
You know what? I don't understand you. Say it again. Africans aren't from Africa.
No.
Huh?
No.
What you saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying. They're not from Africa.
I ain't talking to you, man. Hey, go ahead, deal with this, man. I'm not talking. Hey, I cannot have a coherent conversation with a person who don't understand that's a scientific theory about when humans evolved at first. I'm not doing it. You can go ahead, Cedric. I can't do it. I'm not able to have this conversation.
Hold on. Let me ask a question.
No, I can't do it.
Hold on. Let me just ask a simple question.
I'm not talking to a person because everything I say is going to be. You're not going to understand what I'm saying. We're going to start arguing. I'm going to cuss you out.
Doesn't the same go for you?
No. I don't know. I don't know, and I don't care.
I say is going
I don't know, and I don't care.
The same thing.
We're going to have an incoherent conversation now that I know that you can't even tell me where Africans come from. You're going to make up some. Watch this. Now we're going to laugh. You're going to force me to make us laugh at you. Go ahead, sir. Where do Africans come from?
Thank you. That's what I wanted. Thank you.
I see you. I'm around McCartney. Go ahead.
Which one would you
just smoke
in my shoes?
You smoke.
Which choice would you take in my shoes?
Go ahead.
All right. Which choice would you take in my shoes, where my ancestors are telling me we're not from Africa? We traveled, we migrated there, and your science theory is telling us that we are from Africa. So, okay, put yourself in my shoes and answer that question.
So let's do this. So where they saying they coming from? Let me do that for you. Where they say they coming from?
Well, they're not absolutely sure. They traveled. They migrated through places. My guess is Asia, Europe, and even America.
Okay, I would say that you don't have the scientific backing. You don't have the indigenous backing. Now, the question is, why don't you have the indigenous backing? Because your people didn't know where the hell they came from. They thought they came from a mold tree or off the top of a daggone mushroom somewhere. That's where the hell you people thought they came from. Either from a mushroom, either from a grain of dirt, or from the water or the river, or you fell out the sky from a god.
Yeah, Uncle, I was saying he could just tell him he's speaking of oral history, right? But the reason why we don't depend on oral history no more is that's why we have books and the writing down the things, so you won't be wondering what they was doing. They kind of left the information. I mean, there's also misconstrued history also, don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying that's why we have books on history and archaeology and anthropology is kind of like the sciences that kind of proving certain history and these things. So that's just what I was saying. Yeah.
What I would say to that is that these are, again, things researched by Europeans. These are not.
No, I don't care. I don't care. You go ahead, Cedric. I don't care about nothing you're saying. Just for the record, I'm not being smart. I don't care about anything you're saying because you don't even know where you people say they came from. You just make yourself get beat up for no reason. You don't gotta get beat up. Your face is out there like this. You like this. Your face is you
For instance, Uncle, I don't know if you and Cedric would agree with this.
No, but listen, again, let me just state this fact though. Again, you haven't answered my question. If your ancestors told you you came from somewhere else,
I can't.
And
So
then
they came from
go
a mole,
into a
a top of a
scientific
mushroom. I can't. If you think your people came from the top of the mushroom, what you want me to do? If black people think they came from a grain of dirt, what the hell you want me to do with that? You either come from the top. Listen, in 1859, when Charles Darwin had circumnavigated the globe and recognized that humans put out an idea that humans came from Africa, at that point, the world he was living in cussed him out. He couldn't even put the scientific theory out. He did it 20 years prior. So in 1859, he published it. The very people he was living with in his house, he didn't want to say it. They thought they came from a grain of dirt somewhere, for some damn dirt. And God grabbed some dirt and humans just flew out the dirt. Indigenous culture from the Amazon thought they came from an Amazon tree somewhere. Came out the mouth of a serpent. In Egypt, they thought they fell out the sky. And Colombian fashioned on a potter's wheel. At that point, bro, it's indigenous stories, and the world had no idea where humans came from. But I'm saying that's okay though, bro. The question is this: why the hell would they know, Cedric? Why the hell would they know, black men? Why would they know? They didn't know about the world. They only knew about their world. They only understood their custom and tradition, and it was a rule in fact. What was the rule? God damn it, don't you ask no damn questions. It's the same way in your household. You either popped out some dirt or you're a crazy atheist. Think about it. If you don't believe that Jesus flew to the earth because you was living in sin and now he died for your sins, you become a crazy person amongst your family members, right? That's the same way with thinking you came from the top of a mushroom or from the bottom of a root of a tree or from the Nile River with the God happy or somewhere out the stardust. The stardust is sprinkled on the earth and man starts growing. Bro, if you believe that, I can't have a comprehensive scientific inquiry into any of that, bro. I'm not doing it because I can't do it with crack jokes. I know you come from a mushroom. Look at the size of your head. You got the mushroom head. You came from the mushroom tribe from Ghana. The great tree. The great stump. Your ancestors worshiped the great stump. Now, you think I'm cracking a joke. You think I'm cracking a joke when you say the ancestors worshiped the great stump. I understand why they worship the great stump, because they buried they dead and the roots of the tree absorbed the matter that had been broken down, and the tree is the first thing there. I get it, bro. But I'm saying that's not working in this conversation, bro. I'm gonna beat you up with the jokes. You get it? There you go.
All right. Let me just say this though. Let me just say this. I understand what you're saying, that the scientific, would you call it, rhetoric doesn't back me. And I fully agree with you. But it doesn't necessarily mean to say that scientific,
yes,
scientific
I'm answering your question.
Is right.
I'm answering your question, yes.
Say what?
I've answered your question, yes.
What do you mean? Elaborate.
You asked a question and I answered it, yes. Okay, we can move on.
Yeah, I'm saying elaborate.
Yes, no, yes. Yes.
No, elaborate. Because I understand. You said yes. Yes. I understand that. I'm saying
because you said
elaborate.
The scientific method doesn't agree with you. So if you told him that, he's saying yes. So to him, he doesn't have to answer because it's science we're speaking of. It's okay what you're saying, brother. Trust me, I understand you, You're speaking of oral history, and I'm not doubting nothing you're saying. And even Cedric and Ank would agree that science is not always the best thing. There's good science and bad science. There's bad things about science. Science is not a perfect thing, because
science is a tool, and most people, first of all, are actually scientifically illiterate. We witnessed that during the pandemic, right? And B, we do not walk around pretending to be scientists all day. When your mechanic fix your car and you come home, wifey asks, the car fixed? Yes. If she asks you what was wrong with how he fixed it, you are going to get upset. Woman, the car driving. So even in a colloquial sense, we don't engage in science. It's something that is annoying when someone, why, how, because we don't actually engage in that. So appreciate the uniqueness of that endeavor and how anti-human it actually is. It's a specific tool that is answering specific questions, the questions we don't walk around asking from day to day. You know the amount of scientific discoveries that are being made every day, but until they find a use for it in technology, we would have no idea. RNA technology existed over 40 years, but until the pandemic, we had no means of testing it, had no actual use for it in such a way. Boom! It seemed as if it popped out of nowhere. The technology was developed over 40 years already. So science isn't the thing. It isn't the standard. It isn't the norm for everyday life today. Imagine 100,000 years ago. Let's get serious.
No, listen, I understand what you guys are saying. And listen, Black Mills, I appreciate that you at least for conversational purposes, at least acknowledge that you understood where I'm coming from, because this is how conversations go. Now, I mean, yeah, you guys are right on something in some form or shape, but I mean, again, this is a conversation, and sometimes you have to acknowledge the person's thinking, basically, for the conversation to move forward. But if you're just going to stay within your box and say science and science and science, then you know what I mean. But I get you. I get where you guys are coming from.
The moment we want to have a philosophical discussion and explore ancient cultures and their metaphysical claims, we can do that. Now we're trying to ground the conversation in actually what science is, take away the confusion caused by some agitators in the community. So now when you engage in this philosophical discussion that is taken away from the main subject that we are talking about, that is a rabbit hole that I simply do not want to traverse at this moment. It's not that the conversation isn't interesting. It is not within the framework of the topic we're having now, my good brother.
Yeah, because
yes, sir.
You know,
I got you.
I like reading different, you know, creation stories, man. It's an out of knowledge in that. It's an out of wisdom in that. And if you dig deep enough into the traditions, you're gonna actually find some scientific thinking in it. Now, that's why when Dr. Ben says out of religion comes science, not the other way around. Y'all supposed to know that natural philosophy predates science. Philosophy, your philosophical viewpoints, the way, you know what I'm saying? Out of that, right, then man will progress, right? We no longer tell the origin of humanity through our creation stories. We don't have to. We have circumnavigated the globe. Everybody didn't do it, right? So then since everybody didn't do it, we can all take that and use it to our advantage. That's what science is. It's not a European thing to map the world. It's a human thing to understand the mapping of the world. See, it's not a European thing. They got lucky, bro. And I'd be lying to my people if I would tell you, you know, they were so damn smart with that goddamn nautical equipment that they plotted the course some kind of way. They made a prediction. They made a science. They had a theory that it was other lands over there, and they did it. Nigga, that ain't what happened. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to my people, bro, that's been marginalized, yo, since they was brought into slavery. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. It was luck, yo. Look it up. Christopher Columbus did not discover America, and you don't discover places where people are already there. You're visiting.
So
by luck.
I wanted to ask the next question again. We're going back in history, what you're doing. Although history is still science to me, you know, to a certain extent, but
it can be. It can be. You can have a scientific analysis. It can be an academic. It's definitely an academic field, history.
Right.
And it's perspective, right? So we never want. See, we never want Europeans to tell all the stories. You get it? We want to have agency over our stories, bro. But having agency over telling the history of our people don't mean you're allowed to make it up. See, that's the problem. Where you want to take it out of the hands of European, which is fine and it's proper. But then you want to make some shit up, which is wild. It's even wilder than them. But go ahead.
What I would say again, I would go on the levels of even just, solar biology, which is the understanding of the sun, because we know, even just speaking of God to a certain extent, we know in all the ancient cultures, the symbol of the sun was one of the most prominent symbol. And maybe the ancients, like you say, maybe didn't understand the core of the sun and all these things, and maybe the elements it was made of, because we know the sun is a gas giant, right? It's not really a physical, maybe like what we maybe seen, because it's a circle just like the planets, like we've seen. And maybe they wouldn't go so far, but you could see what I would say. They understood a lot about the sun, and the understanding of it being like a life sustainer to the planets, because according to our solar system, everything revolves around the sun, and the sun is something that maybe it's like the main object, what we'll call maybe a nucleus in an atom. For just that. So I would still say these things was their understanding, like I say, modern day science, like with the elements, but at least the understanding of the sun being so important, next to what maybe some people would call God.
I don't have a problem with none of that. I'm a non-believer. I rather study the stories, because at the end of the day, I want y'all to take this source right here and read it. This source it's a good one for y'all, something I like to read. In the beginning is a collection of creation stories from around the world, adapted and dramatized for audio as a immersive listening experience for children and adults. Okay? And y'all thought I was cracking jokes. I actually wasn't. I was giving you different creation stories, but I knew it was going to sound ridiculous to y'all. I knew it. But is this ridiculous? If I was to read this right here, let's come to story 9, Central. The corn people. We make it bigger. Let's talk about the corn people. Don't be sitting there thinking that they didn't really believe it, because right now we got easy bands about to have a debate about the Bible being the word of God. He believed it. He believed he came from dirt somewhere in Judea. Look, this story from the Mayan people explains how humans were created out of corn. See? So if I crack it, it came from the corn, you're going to laugh. After several attempts using different materials in how to create a gods, Temple and Guptamatzi made sure the humans did not have constant access to supernatural vision. Corn. Come from corn. Is that funny? Bantoon. Story from the Fang people is about creation of the first man. Fam, who was given absolute power, this power went to his head, causing him to destroy the earth and disrespect another animals that had been created. And you can just keep going on, right? And it is what it is, bro. And y'all thinking this was ancient times? Hell no. There was no comprehensive theory. Everybody thought they came from their creation stories. Legend of the Milky Way. But we can just keep going on and on and on, man. I'm just trying to open y'all damn eyes so y'all ain't messing with me so hard when I'm trying to teach. I'm trying to get the light work out the way. That's my thing. Let me get that out the way so we can actually promote scientific literacy, man. Because right now, if you think them stories is wild, don't make me go to the Bible, yo. Don't make. It's time to go to the Bible.
Yeah. But since we on that level there, I would say let's on the level of the planet, being what they would say, the ratio of the planet, like the surface of the planet is what? Some would say 71 to 72.
How big the Earth is?
Right? 72% of water, what we would call, what we call water.
73% water.
Pure water. And the planet would be the next 40, right? Mm-hmm. And the human being, to me, is the same kind of thing. I mean, according to what science is saying, we're kind of 70 to 72%, fluid or whatever. Liquid, blood, than the physical aspect, the flesh. So I would say, even when science, not what science, but mythology, like all the Quran speaks about black mud, and you see Pata with that whole clay, where they're dealing with the what they call making the human being. So to me, it's not really dirt. Like we just think Earth is not really dirt, but it's like just showing you are Earth. Really, that's how I would interpret that. I would say. I won't say that's what it's saying, but I'm just saying that's how I would interpret that if I had to interpret that. We're not real dirt or mud or even clay per se, but we are the planet, because the ratio of the planet is the same as the human being. That's just how I would watch that.
So let's come to the Bible.
What we call that is post hoc rationalization. You taking a modern concept that you understand and you're now fitting it onto a text, right, to make it seem rational, right? That's post hoc. And we can do this with each of those indigenous stories that origin stories that Ankh has. Based on our understanding of modern science cosmology, we can retrofit and say, well, this represents this represents that. You can talk about red shift, blue shift in the Native American cosmological story, but we understand what that is. That's called post hoc rationalization.
So I won't come to the Bible. Y'all thinking humans coming from the spit of a frog, coming from a hoof of a horse, and all that is wild. This is what your family members believe. Right now in 2026, Optimus just went on a space mission to the moon. Right now, you have people listening who will get up here, they black Hebrew Israelites. Listen to this story. It's just as ridiculous as the Colon story. In the beginning, God created the heavens and earth, and the earth was in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was out form and void, and darkness was over the face of the deep. And the Spirit of the Lord was hovering over the face of the waters. Then God said, let there be light. And there was light. And God saw the light, it was good. God divided the light from the darkness. God called the day light, and the darkness he called the night. So the evening mornings was the first day. Then God said, let there be firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. Thus God made the firmament divided the waters, where under the firmament from the water, which above the firmament, it was so. And God called the firmament heaven. So the evening was morning, the second day. Let me move a little bit forward, my children. I want to get to the creation of man. God said, let the water abound with an abundance of living creatures, and let the birds fly above the earth across the face of the firmament in the heaven. Let me move forward, my children. God made the beasts of the earth according to its kind, cattle according to the kind, and everything that creeps the earth according to God, and God saw it was good. I am lonely, my children. God said, let us make in our image according to our likeness. Let them have dominion over the fish, the sea, over the birds in the air, and over the cattle, and all the earth, over the creeping things that creep on the earth. So God created a man in his image. In the image of God, God created him, male and female, and created them. And God blessed them. And God said, be fruitful and multiply and subdue it. Have dominion over the fish in the sea and the birds in the air, over every living thing. And God said, see, I have given you every herb and yield and seed in the face of all the earth, and every tree, fruit, seed shall be your food. God moves over. God decided, for some wild reason, to switch it up. And he creates it another way for some wild reason. We don't know why he did it, but he does it. He planted a garden eastward. Then we move forward. We can't do readership because I am thy God, thy Lord, thee thy thither. Hold on, I see it. Then the rib which had the Lord God had taken from man, because man was lonely, he made into a woman and he brought her forth. That second place person. And Adam said, this is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall call woman because she was taken out of man. Therefore leave she his father and mother and be joined his wife. This is completely goddamn ridiculous at the end of the day. What in the hell is going on? How is that not more ridiculous than the damn frog story? Than the damn elephant that took a poop and man came to being? How is that not ridiculous? How is it that the corn people ain't just as ridiculous as God reaching down and snatching the rib out of a man? What the hell is going on? You got people right now in your family that said this thing, and you're going to get a black Hebrew Israelite look in your damn face with a seriousness and grab that Bible and read and say that. But if you read them about the corn people, he's going to say that's ridiculous. What is going on with our mind? Get the hell out of here with that. Knock it off. Yeah, I just want to show you how ridiculous all of it is. See, I can be real mean. See, I don't make no value judgment between creation stories. They're all ridiculous at the end of the day, right? But they wasn't ridiculous to the ancient people. I'm just letting you know that when you get mad, somebody say, I believe in the corn story, and profess as an African-American, they're black people Israelite, or be like, easy, man, I'm a Christian. I think we came from a dirt farm somewhere in the Middle East. It's all ridiculous to me, but not to them. Man, we had a great show today, man. We had fun. We enjoyed it. I hope y'all see that parallels right there. You know what I'm saying, Cedric? I wanted them to show the corn, the frog story. I wanted them to see it. And I want most people saying, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. When I put that Bible up there, they all did like this. See? Because they're suffering from the inferiority complex. See? They put what was taught to them later on by colonial powers over top of what their ancient ancestors had. The same way with science, right? They overplay science in the ancient world to disrespect the ancient knowledge, wisdom, social, medical systems. And they do it willfully, bro. They've been fighting us for 2 weeks over Africans having science, and not one of them talked about West Africa. They all talked about Egypt. Why? We're not from Egypt. Why they do that? They all talk crazy. Oh, it's science, science, science. Why? Why can't? Because they don't know the traditions. They don't respect ancient knowledge and wisdom systems. Scientists do. Scientists go to the rainforest and do. Go, you about to say something?
They actually take hunter-gatherers, those people living in the Congo highlands today, those people living in the Amazon, these people actually think they're inferior. They think that. So they are displaying a very westernized framing of reality and don't even recognize it and accusing us of being the white man science. Yeah. Overwhooping what science is, its value, retrofitting it into spaces and times where it was not necessary, and pretending now as if those people needed that. That's wild.
Yeah, I don't know. I love Africa.
Cedric, I know you.
I think you need to have a conversation with Sekou, because he's West African and he believes in Kemetic science. So, I mean, we don't. How is that working? You have to have a conversation and try and,
Yeah, but brother from Ghana, the brother from Ghana,
the brains out of him rather than me.
Yeah, hey, what would I ask, bro? Let me ask your question, the brother from Ghana. Are you aware? You should be aware. I mean, I shouldn't even ask you, are you aware? But I know you should be aware that even the traditions that we have, there are people being born with like names, like if they're born on the Monday, it's like maybe they would have a name to do with the moon and these things. That they're naming them after the days, according to the whole astronomical movements too. Is that tradition still going on? Or are you aware of that?
Yeah, I'm aware of that. That's where the Kojo comes from. That's a Monday born, basically. So yeah, it still goes on. Yeah, but the belief in it is not like it used to. They used to believe in it before.
Yeah.
Say start fading down the stress. I'm around McCarthy. Say shout out to the pseudo killers, man. Kyle says, somebody stop this. This elder abuse. Run, Reggie. Stay in school. That's what he says, man. Look, man, I'm gonna put my channel in the thing where we always have these types of conversations regularly. It's called Community Skeptics. I got about 4,200 people on. I need to reach that 5,000 barrier. I lost 3 of my channels in this war to educate my people. The pseudos had my channel strike in the day, and it is what it is, man. All right, so I'm in that restart mode, man. You know, all my followers and all that, man. You know, man, go ahead and hit that link and subscribe, man. You know, we need to get that barrier there, man. If you're not subscribed to sa.neter Studios, man, then you need to do it, right? You know, it's where we do our thing at times, man, and it's important and valuable, right? That's the channel, Community Skeptics, man. We're trying to get subscribers up, man. Another thing, we got these debates coming through, man. These debates help not only the people debating, it also helps foster marketplace in the community. All right. If you like the knowledge that we're teaching, right, then you need to support us. It's important. So we got a young brother, new fresh in this particular community. He's debating against Chief X. We all know Chief X, right? And it is what it is right now. We're gonna figure out, can that new brand of knowledge take that knowledge that's been in the community? Who gonna say it right? Who gonna get nervous? Who is gonna orchestrate balance and wisdom through the conversation? Right? This is definitely a competition between the newer person coming into the community and the person that's been here. It's just I gotta call what it is. They ask me who gonna win. Man, I'm not making judgment. I'm saying it's gonna be a tie. Because I don't agree with half of what either one of them say. But that's what's gonna make it a good debate. All right, we're working towards getting those live debates. sa.neter has a live debate coming too. But before that, get this debate, then jump right in and say, cool. A person asks me to ask, say, cool, I'm going to ask him. Supposed to have an interview with him, and I hope he come through. Hold on for a minute. Right? Easy bands is the Bible, the word of God. There's an inferiority complex going on here. This is 2 continental Africans from the continent of Africa having that conversation, having that debate. I think this is the first one on the House of Consciousness. Let's get it in.
This is a big one. This is a big one.
Yep. Let's see. Big boy. And then this is going to be the live one coming. We haven't got a day yet. But Captain Tazari out against the preacher. It's going to be a good one. There you go. This is going to be the one. They're going to be there. I'm going to be there. We're going to be there. In New York. It's going to be a good one. Hopefully we get to do some taping outside or something like that. Get to do all that. Right? That's how we doing it, man. I mean, it was a great show. I'm going to go live on the Community Skeptics, man. That's what I'm about to do for a minute, man. Bring up some of the people. I missed my time in the Discord, right? We got a Discord, right? It's my Discord, right? Y'all need to come in there. All right.
I just wanted to ask you one question based on what you just said. You said you don't agree with 50% of what both of them say. I need to know which 100 of the 200 slides do you agree with?
It got me. Oh, hell no, man. I don't know, man. I can't figure it out, yo. Too many slides, yo. They're gonna overslide themselves in that joint. They're gonna OD. They're gonna OD with slides there, yo.
But Uncle, I wanted to ask you all a historical question. I know y'all on something y'all don't agree with. No majority of the community don't agree with, you know, which is the aspect of the origin of the Bible, like throughout history. if it's an African book or European book.
I think it.
Not the history in the Bible, you know, the history of the Bible, not in the Bible. Yeah.
You see, this is one of these subjects where I just start to crack jokes, right? So I just like uncle that concerned. Whenever they bring up Harry Potter, I just look. The book is a cultural container from the people of the Levant. If you watch, especially the Old Testament, it talks about two historical events, which was both exiles via the Assyrian and the Babylonian invasion of that region. Right. You can see, however, that the text, the narrative, is also written after the fact, right? All the prophecies are written in past tense, for example, because these things actually happen to a certain degree, right? And you see that in storytelling techniques, you see different motifs. You see fiction, you see fables, you see magic, right? All throughout the Bible. These are storytelling techniques, right? So there is some kernels of historicity to it, but overall the document was never intended to be history. It was written as contemporary folklore. It was like movies for the people of that time, a rallying cry. You know, like when we go watch 4th of July with Will Smith, that is what that sort of represented. The New Testament is a complete flim-flam and the creation of a narrative that didn't exist.
Okay. So you agree, Cedric, it's some history, and maybe it's not chronologically correct in the way it's written, because it's like it's in a storytelling form.
Let me put it like this. If you take any story, anyone, it could be 100% fiction. The settings, and the environment, the time frame. So if I want to tell a movie about the 1980s or a drug story from the 1980s, I gonna have Reagan in there. I gonna have some old music. I gonna be around Miami. So I'm gonna create a scene to make this story relatable. Doesn't mean that the story itself is factual. So there are elements of historical narratives in there, but the story around it is fiction. You know who's a great writer like that? Wilbur Smith. You want to dig into ancient Egypt, you can read free. He has 4 books that tells the story of ancient Egypt and Africa in such a romantic way. So there's a lot of facts in the story, but the story isn't factual.
Right.
So that
I don't care what the Bible says. I mean, poison is poison. So that's my philosophy.
I tend to agree, but as a piece of literature, it stands on its own, right? Just like Ankh was reading just now, when you add it up to science, when you make that equivocation, you can tend to make fun of the narrative. Now, if you take away the necessity to make it factual, then you can appreciate the literature. Right, and that's a dichotomy that exists. But again, it's based on your academic level or your willingness to accept that this is not a factual historical narrative. They ain't had no Jesus man walking around without a Y chromosome. So if the dude was real, they put him on a cross, he was dead. If you believe his father was God, that means that's fiction. You can't have it both ways, and either way, it doesn't add up to what it is meant to be.
Yeah, but when I said chronologically correct, like I know there's some, not some, maybe I could call maybe 1 or 2 aspects of it being like where there's stories that kind of coincide with the history according to the secular knowledge and what was it saying in the Bible, like the Tahaka story, and these stories are, it's the real stories. So but
so they set the story around the backdrop of that actual historical event, right? So that historical event is the setting that they tell the story, which is primarily fiction. And for example, when I say fiction, you look at the story of Jesus and being tempted 40 days in the wilderness. Because of how we entertain ourselves, because of our relationship with stories, we do not see that is written from a third-person perspective, as if a third person was there with a microphone passing it back and forth. Now, even if that event actually took place, the story that we are reading is still fiction, because the author,
Right.
we are definitely sure was not there.
Right.
You understand?
I understand.
So
Yeah,
even
I
if the
understand.
person saw these two people disappear in the wilderness, the story that he is writing is fiction, because the story explicitly says these two individuals are alone, but we get the dialogue that is taking place between them as if a third person is there. So this is storytelling. And because of our embracement of storytelling, we tend to forget that that's a third person narrative we're reading it from. So how are you telling me these two people are alone? How are you telling me? How do you know? How can you tell me what took place or the conversation that they have if in the story you're telling me that they were alone? So neither Jesus nor the devil wrote that story.
Yeah.
So it's not a first person
I
account.
guess
It's manipulation. Stories, once they tell you stories, it sends your mind on that kind of imaginative state, and then you start making up things. You're filling in the blanks when they there's no blanks or whatever. You get, if you understand what I'm saying. Yeah.
Exactly. That is the entire purpose of it. It is one of the oldest ways that we not only entertain ourselves, but the way we related information, right? We pass on stories through mythology, to troubadours. The best way to pass on information is put it in a song. You want to tell a story, put it in a song. People are going to sing the song. The hook is going to become something
we used to
repeatable,
do
and like that
to
is going to live on.
poetry,
Yeah, yeah.
dancing, all these things,
Mhm.
traditional movements, Yeah.
I mean,
And it's
I
still
could
going on
I could
probably
say,
like today.
yeah, I could say two lines from a song, and everybody would strike up in chorus and sing it around the world. Now that's transfer of information, right? Father, Father. Now everybody know that's Marvin Gaye. Once I say that, that could put us in a certain frame of mind. One time to start evaluating the world around us right now, right? That's a tool. That's the way you carry on information, and it's so endemic to human nature that we do not take the time to stop and actually think about these things holistically and understand our relationship to them.
Yeah.
Yes, but like they say, it's not good to throw away the baby in the bathtub, So
yeah, nobody
most
does.
of our
We're not gonna sit here and lie about it.
I
Nobody does. We're not gonna sit here and lie about it.
yeah,
Nobody
from where we are, even on the
You can throw
continent,
the Bible away
Cedric,
though, because the Bible is just one tradition, and the fact that we
yeah,
think that the Bible is wild. The Bible does not get promoted without the printing press. They have an advantage. They have a printing press,
yeah.
so now you can mass
But
produce it, right?
yeah,
And
but
then you
what
got
I'm
the slave trade, which helped move products and goods, AE, indigenous Africans, and literature. See the difference? The Greeks couldn't have did it. Now Valley Africans couldn't have did it. The Ghanaians couldn't transmit their folklore. It was based off of human representation of they had technical ability to transmit oral stories. So would you say you're gonna tell everybody, put the griots on the damn ships and go around the world and tell a story? Wouldn't have been. Come on, yo. That damn
right,
printing press gave an advantage to the Bible thumpers, bro. It
right,
just did, yo, and it made it seem like it was talking about the world. It never was. It's right there in the book.
yeah.
It's talking about
But
their
you
world
know
where you popped out the damn dirt. But I can't continue this
Yeah.
conversation, man. I'm about to go live on my channel, man. Appreciate
All right,
everybody that came through, man. Y'all know how we do it around here, bro. I'm gonna end it with this one. Y'all got the flyer. Hit the daggone Cash App, right? Do that. Don't leave here without hitting the damn Cash App. Show some love. Don't show hate. Say it again. Show some damn love, man. Don't show no damn hate, man. I gotta show some love, man. Yeah, that's always important, man. Show that, man. Show that love, right?
Yo, let me say a shout out to Cedric, Black Mills, Unc, yourself, sa.neter, JJ 7000, yeah, and everyone in the chat, and yeah, man, and in the community. I appreciate this conversation, and yeah, up and running. Peace.
Hope we all, peace, man, up and running, man. Hope we all learn something from it. We will not disconnect ourselves from other Africans in the diaspora. I do not promote the FBA foolery. I think it's obnoxious. I think it's also suffering from an inferiority complex. Okay? That's just for the record, man. Hit the Cash App going out the door, man. Show some love, man. I'm about to go live with Community Skeptics, man. Make sure to like and subscribe over here. Get the likes up. It puts us in the algorithm. It proves to sa.neter that when I'm on this joint, I'm jamming. Right? We ain't played no music, man. We're gonna leave with this one right here, man. Right? This for the little niggas. It's for the little niggas.
Protected by the Black Widow. Protected by the Black Widow. Good juju. Bad juju. I speak loud on the mic. Knowledge to the people. I speak loud on the mic. Knowledge to the people. Where the fuck you been? Bomb little niggas again. We buck the trend. It's been a trend. Poor desert. Eagles again. Never say this line again. Never sipping Heineken. Black Panther riding again. Always on my mind to win. I'm where I supposed to been. Black Widow protect me. Feds lose again. Nigga, cheat the win. Dope fiend never win. I speak loud on the mic. Knowledge to the people. Protect the youngsters. We pull desert eagles. Never say this line again. Never sipping Heineken is where I win. Black Panther riding again. When niggas break wild, no slack. I'm cutting like an axe. Kick door can cut in the tracks. Good juju. Bad juju. Never been in the game but stay crewed up. We answer beepers, can't be tracked, computer hack. Protect the weaker, don't wear tattoos. But if I did, it'd be the reaper. Never say this line again, let truth be where we begin. Christians talking reckless, claiming we born in sin. Capping, let us begin. Pseudo killers to the rescue again. Never tripping, we teaching STEM forces, those tripping. Choose again to the pseudos. It's always grim, we play to win. God killer again. Always time to defend. Bit the trend, King souls to the king. If I can't, chill and be Ken. Malcolm Finch, those niggas for the win. 10 talk, bitch walk. Advanced time enough for them youngins. Space age Africans. Anthony with the space. And yeah, jump, we smacking them.
Yeah, we smacking them. Man, look, man, it's your host, Bobby Banger, man. I hope y'all enjoyed the 4 hours of fun, man, education. Go back and listen to the download, man, on your favorite podcast channels, man. Make sure y'all like and subscribe. Show some love. Hit the Cash App going out the door, man. That y'all appreciate me raising the standard in the community, man, because that's exactly what we do. It's not based off of spookism, folklore, mythology, yo. It's based off of accuracy in academia and producing Black men and Black women that no longer suffer from an inferiority complex. They can walk through this world with accuracy and touch. Man, look, man, we promoting STEM over here, man. Appreciate everybody. This is what we doing, man. Go ahead, go over to the Community Skeptics, man, and crank that up, man. Well, y'all can hear from all my friends. I'm your host, Bobby Banger, and with that, we out.